I see some new faces. These two colleagues. You are from Évora?
Cáceres.
Cáceres. Universidad de Extremadura. CIE. Ah, muy bien, muy bien. Pues saludos. Pues me alegra de tenerlos aquí. Good morning. Just a forward for those who are participating for the first time in this fast-track school, just an overview of what SALTOpower is. SALTOpower is a European project under the widening program, where the University of Évora is cooperating with both UÉvora and ENEA from Germany and Italy, trying to implement better processes and better approaches towards excellence research, towards career building activities, so attracting and retaining talent, towards strategical alignment with industry, policymakers, with academia as well in research topics, and of course the focus on dissemination around the technologies using molten salts for energy applications. So as you are aware, or if you are not aware, I hope you will become aware, the University of Évora has a very important research infrastructure on these topics, is part of the European research infrastructure consortium EU-Solaris, and together with DLR in Germany and with ENEA in Italy, these institutions hold maybe the most important molten salt infrastructure in Europe. In the scope of this project and trying to motivate researchers and especially young researchers, so young researchers, recently PhDs or even candidate young researchers, so PhD students, we hope to first make them understand that these technological solutions are there, that they might and will have a role in the energy transition. And of course, we expect with this initiative to give you the tools, the insights, and possibly the motivation for you to look a bit closer into these technological options and who knows, develop your career projects around them. So after the first two editions, so the philosophy was to provide an insight and provide concrete materials to researchers, young researchers, people from industry as well, attending the fast-track school. So the first edition was in Rome already 1 year ago, or 1.5 years ago, but 1.5 years ago, exactly. The second edition took place in June last year, June this year, sorry. I'm not in my best day. I have a very strong cold, so forgive me. So in June this year, we had the second edition in Cologne, in Germany, and this is the third and last edition. And so along these three editions, which are all publicly available in SALTOpower media channels, so you can find all the video recordings on SALTOpower YouTube channel, but also the presentations as PDFs in SALTOpower Zenodo repository. So the philosophy was first to give an insight, an introductory insight into what are molten salts, which kind of salt mixtures, what are the main questions, corrosion, for instance, was there in the focus. What are the main challenges we face in trying to develop these technologies and use them? In the second edition of the Fast Track School, we gave an oversight of different research facilities and experience in operating these technologies gathered over the course of the last 20 years. So starting with ENEA in Rome, and more recently expanding to Germany and later to Portugal. So which kind of experiences have we gathered already? What's the know-how existing stemming from these research facilities? And we are talking about research facilities which range from lab bench, so very small experiments, to megawatt scale experiments as those we have here in Évora. So we have already had the chance to build infrastructure to acquire some important experience. And with this last edition, our focus is on the use of the technologies in commercial scale projects. So what are the questions? What are the examples? What are the questions pertaining the bankability of these projects? What are the perceived risks and how can we mitigate these risks? So this was a bit the philosophy of how we have built this fast track school material. So for those of you who had not the chance to attend the first or the second, or the first and the second editions, again, video recordings of these sessions are available in SALTOpower YouTube channel, and all the materials are available in the Zoom. Okay, so I invite you to check them and I believe, and I was just commenting with my colleagues, I wish I would have had these materials 20 years ago. Of course, most of the contents of these materials have been produced along these past 20 years. So I believe that we managed in the project to summarize and to gather the most updated information with concrete examples, concrete references on molten salts. So I hope you can make the best use of it and bring the technology forward and make it progress further. Thank you so much, and I hope you enjoy our presentation.
And then you can start.
Okay. Hello, guys. I'm so sorry. I'm at the airport. I don't know if you are hearing me. Okay. Yes. It's too noisy, Dominique. Or you can. Yes.
Yes, we have the camera to this side.
Okay.
If we turn the camera, you'll see everyone.
No, but can you hear me correctly, or if it is too noisy? Okay. Perfect. Sorry. Okay.
Just say hello, Bernard.
Hello. Good morning. I'm really sorry not to be able to be with you today, but I'm at the airport. I'm going to travel to Ireland today, so I was not able to be with you. I'm so sorry for the noisy this noisy situation. I hope you can understand me correctly, because I'm in a coffee and I'm in a coffee shop, and I'm with a sound column right in front of me, so it's going to be a little bit difficult. But I hope you are listening to me right correctly. Yeah, perfect. So I'm going to share my presentation. Let me just. Sorry, just a moment. Here. Moment. Okay. So I believe that's going to be able to join it. Okay. Can you see it? Yes? Okay. So I'm going to speak, for those of you who already know me, I will try not to speak about the same things on the different presentations that I have done, even for Pedro and Dominique that already know me and already know my work, but I will try to have this kind of comprehensive understanding of what entrepreneurship is and what we need to understand when we try to put our research into the market. This concept is very broad, and I will try to use my my story as an example of what you can do in terms of trying to identify the best or the top priority needs of a specific target, a specific audience, and try to use the research in order to overcome these problems that this audience is facing. So I'm going to very briefly explain my path and how my path is joining now the renewable energies field. So I have a biology degree, and during my degree, the Ministry of Science and Technology opened the possibility to open for students to have a second degree at the same time. So I pursue a path in communications, in journalism, and the idea was not to combine both. The idea was to do two separate ways. So my idea was to try to focus on biology and genetics. It was my field of interest, and then to try to have a second life, if I can say so, learning more about journalism and about communication. But the thing is, on a few days, I was learning about how to communicate better, how to use technology in order to increase the literacy of population. And in other days of the week, when I finished my bachelor's in biology and I started my master's in molecular oncology at Portuguese Institute of Oncology from Porto, I was witnessing people dealing with a lot of anxiety, with the lack of good information about their own diseases. So I tried to combine both, and I tried to understand what was the meaning of my path, why these opportunities were of taking a second degree at the same time were why this was so important for me, and how I could use it for something that was needed. And I recall two episodes that were very impressive for me. The first one was I was in in a hall of the hospital of the Portuguese Institute of Oncology, and I was taking a coffee, and we had classes very near to the appointment rooms. And I heard a lady saying to her son that she was diagnosed with a carcinoma, a breast carcinoma, and she was very happy because it was not cancer. And for me, that was like, oh my gosh, she has cancer, and she doesn't know that she has cancer. Maybe there was a lack of communication here. You are going to understand that how this idea of how my path is going to merge the renewable energies. I'm going to promise you that it's going to happen. But I want to tell you these two stories because they are very important to my path and to explaining this to you. The second story was a lady that was under a treatment of mastectomy. So she has the breast of this patient has been removed, and she was under a reconstruction surgery, but she did not know that the reconstruction was to do in phases. And when she was fixing the stitches of the first operation, she realized that she did not have a nipple, and she did not know that. So she convinced herself that the team of doctors were against her, and because of this lack of communication, she just stopped the treatment and stopped the recovery process with this team of doctors. And these two episodes deal. It was like an amazing thing for me. It was a suffering for these people, of course, but for me it was an inspiration to try to identify and to do something new. So I start developing a way for that these people could have more knowledge about cancer. And the first thing that I have done was a photo report of the spaces, of the real spaces that you are seeing here. And I tried to combine these with the efforts of designers and with the infographics that I was learning in journalism degree. So what I have done was a digital tool for women to increase their autonomy during the oncological process and during the breast cancer process, since the diagnosis, the prevention, the diagnosis, the treatment, the reconstruction, and even the recovery at home. This was the first project that I envisioned and that I implemented, and this was very, very, very nice because it changed the way that this hospital looked at the information that was given to the patients. So this was very important to change the behavior of our consumers, of the consumers of the patients of of this clinic, of this breast clinic. Okay. So this was the first project that it came and opened the possibility for me to have a company that are called Bright, Beyond Research and Information Graphics for Health and Technology, and it was focused on the delivery of new technology for change behavior or behavior change. Okay, and this is very important for and is very aligned with renewable energies, and you are going to see in just a few minutes. But I want to speak about another project it was very important to us, and it was basically one of the projects that give us more strength to grow in terms of in an international panorama. We were called we received a call from the director of the pediatrics hospital, in the same hospital that we're working on with the breast cancer project, and this director told us that it was very important for them to receive to have a project that helped children decreasing their anxiety and increasing their physical mobility while they are hospitalizing with cancer. Because during hospitalization, the body mass index of these people decreases, of these children decrease, and they have to stay longer in the hospital because they do not have enough weight to pursue the treatments of chemotherapy, for example, because it's very dangerous to have a chemotherapy treatment in a child with less weight. So they try to have this kind of strategy where we can change the behavior of the child while they are in the hospital, and increasing their motivation to do physical exercise so they can go under chemotherapy. So the idea was and we tried to combine several technologies, and we could use a technology from Asia to identify. So to identify it was an algorithm that we use in our camera and mobile devices to identify the mobility of the user. The idea here, this was like in 2014, 2015, that we started doing this. Back in the day, the Wii technology from Nintendo was very, 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 people were using that. People were very, very keen to use this kind of technologies. And we wanted to use the same technology, the same mobility technology, but without the joystick, without the hardware. So we tried to combine these. I asked several children hospitalized with cancer what was the best moment in their days during hospitalization, and they say that was playing games and video games using tablets and smartphones. So we want to use the same strategy to do this. And we created a video game called Hope that tells the story of a child who fights cancer as a superhero who fights against bad guys. And what we have done was to transform the main issues or the main fears of this child into a superpowers of a superhero. And what we have done was to transform, for example, blood collection, it's a terrible moment for kids. So we try to transform this into a hit the target game where the user of the game, the child, has to hit the target of an arm of our superhero of the story that we are telling. But the superhero is very shaky, and our users that have like 5 years old, 6 years old, 7 years old have to hit the target. It is very difficult for these children to do this because their motion is not very very good because they are young. So they realize that because of this, because the superhero is very shaky, it's very difficult to hit the target. Once our nurses that know our game tells the same story to our patients, what was developed was a sense of, and we could change the behavior of these children because the nurses say to the patients, now you are the superhero and I'm the one that needs to hit the target in your arm. And they realize that, and they say to the nurses, oh, so we need to remain calm, otherwise you have to hit the target more than one time, and it's going to hurt us. So this was a way to change the behavior of these patients. The second one was to trying to explain what chemotherapy is. And this was very, very important. And for example, we combined the mobility issue. So there is this kind of game where there is this spaceship that is called medicine that is entered at the blood vessels. And the user needs to kill the malignant cells with the movement of their body. The game is programmed to kill not only malignant cells, but also the healthy cells. So we can explain to the child what chemotherapy is in a correct way, because for them it's very difficult to understand why they were good. Well, they had a fever and a headache or so, but now with the treatments they are looking worse than they were when they entered the hospital, and they are nauseous and so on. So this is a way for you to see what is being done in terms of business to target the needs of people. We need this in our business world so we can know that the product that are solving the main issues of our target. This is the first reason why we try to apply our research into the market. It's trying to solve a problem. If it is a societal problem, if it is a challenge of society, it's even better. Business and technology transfer is aligned with this. What we are doing now is we have our results from our first clinical trial, and we know that there are good suggestions that this kind of implementation is going to decrease the amount of days.
It's not forgotten. I'm just collecting all the documents, and I need to update the start date, which has a lot of changes in the documents. But I'm doing this.
I thought it was
as soon as possible.
It was Martin that started. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. This was an introduction for you to understand that the majority of the projects that are being implemented in business are related with the behavior change of population, and this is very, very, very interesting, and it's related with renewable energies as well. I'm going to speak to you about other projects where the co-creation methods are being used. Another thing that is being used in terms of business is trying to elaborate new products with the target audience. For example, and taking my experience as an example, we have a problem with cancer, with hereditary cancer, that families with syndromes of hereditary cancer, that are families with higher odds to have cancer, to a specific cancer, once diagnosed with this syndrome, the parents cannot speak with their children very well about cancer. Play the Odds was a project that was done in multidisciplinary groups, so we can ideate together with these families a new way to communicate, to have a strong communication platform with the families and for the families. And in multidisciplinary groups, we developed a new tool that is now in the market, a new tool that was totally developed with families with syndrome, with cancer syndromes. Okay, this is the sessions that we have in order to have this. Another thing that I want to show you is how this behavior change is important to suppress the challenges that we have nowadays. Another project that I want to tackle is related with the COVID-19. We had the same strategy of inviting people to develop solutions, and this is something that you can do with your renewable energy projects. Because you are more able to identify what your target need if you enroll them in the identification of the project and the identification of the solution since the beginning. One of the I want to introduce you to another project that was done during COVID-19. We had many adolescents that were they were bored and they were tired about the safety measures in schools, and they start provoking a different expectation in schools, and they start to do some things that were not correct. And some municipalities called me to try to have some sort of program to change the behavior of the students that were in the gates smoking. They were defying the authorities in schools. They do not want to follow the rules. And instead of we invite them we put them with a program. We instead of this to give them a program of implementation and a program that we started was they were only be a target of this program. We try to say that it was better to have a strategy where they were the producers of this program. So we asked the schools, this specific school that worked with us, to realize if it was possible to have them being the authors of a program of behavior change inside this topic of COVID-19. So we invite them to a particular brainstorm meeting, and in assembly, we vote on the best approaches for this program. They do not know. We ask them, for example, please tell us what are the key messages that you want to pass in this program. What are the communication materials that you want to produce? What is the narrative of these communication materials? What are the persuasion triggers to help these people that are in schools, in other schools, provoking and having a defiant behavior, can change their behavior? And we need to identify these key messages. And they said to us, these students, this group of students said to us, oh, it would be very important to speak about this, and this, because students are not following this. They were the ones that they were not following the rules, but because they were the authors of the program, they put they have an interaction that we were not blaming them for these problems. So we developed a video campaign using a national radio host because they select them and they invite them they invite him to participate, and we developed a program that could be that transformed into a viral program for different schools around the country, around Portugal. I'm going to pass a short video now. I hope you have sound. I believe that you have sound connected with my computer. Yes, you have. Otherwise, you will not listen to me. But I'm going to I believe that you are going to hear this. So this is the story of Gustavo, a 15 years old, that was a public health agent, if I can say so. It was a kid that was very, very, very interested in following the rules of COVID-19 because of his story. And this was written by these students, and the way that they changed the behavior because they were participating in this, it was wonderful. So I'm going to show you the vídeo.
Olá pessoal, espero que esteja tudo bem convosco. Não venho cá mostrar hoje nenhuma música nova, não venho com um convidado especial, nada disso. Eu hoje venho aqui só para vos mostrar um vídeo incrível feito pela cidade de Esposende. Esta é uma mensagem... Ei, o que é que foi isto? A minha cara parece um pouco estranha, mas acho que está tudo bem. Como eu estava a dizer, gostava que assistissem a esta história com muita atenção. Foi feita para todos vocês. Bem-vindo às manhãs da Comercial, 7h30 da manhã. Nesta altura deve estar quase pronto para ir para a escola. Estes tempos são estranhos. Se há alguns meses nos dissessem que estávamos a viver desta maneira, eu ia dizer, não, mentira, é mentira. Desinfetar as mãos com álcool gel várias vezes ao dia parece parte de um filme de ficção científica, mas tem que ser. São as indicações preciosas que têm sempre que ser feitas. E se é amassador usar máscara e desinfetar sempre as mãos ao entrar e a sair da escola, manter o distanciamento físico entre os colegas também é complicado, mas é altamente importante. Deixa de lado os beijos e os abraços. Sim, eu sei, mas tem que ser. E não penses que por estares do lado de fora dos portões da escola, isto muda. Lembra-te, acena para cumprimentar. Tenta evitar o contacto com outras turmas, mas se isso acontecer, garante sempre o distanciamento físico. Muito importante também é não partilhares comida ou objetos escolares com ninguém. E toda esta espera para que o passado volte pode cansar. Mesmo assim, faz tudo o que puderes para garantir que não te colocas em risco, a ti e aos outros. Porque por muitas dificuldades de adaptação que possas ter, precisamos de ti e da tua força para construirmos uma realidade melhor. Todas estas regras são importantes para o teu futuro e para o futuro dos que te rodeiam. E todos estes passos custam menos do que a saudade. Porque todos os dias contam.
So this was one of the main elements of this program. It was fantastic to see the reaction of the kids that have participated in these co-creation sessions, and even the municipality put some outdoors in the city with the figure of the character, and this was mind-blowing for the motivation of these students to change the behavior of the students. They were not defying anymore the authorities in school, and we could change this behavior and it was fantastic. And this is very related with the last thing that I want to talk with you after having the connection with the renewable energies, because this is a little bit different from what I'm trying to use other experience to introduce into introducing the topic of the renewable energies. But another thing that is being developed is also the way we can see the triggers that are and we can adapt to what the triggers that are present in the reality. I'm going to pass this, but because we don't have time. But the truth is that we are using in our projects, in our businesses, processes, and some strategies to try to use our gaps in our mind in order to put people to decide on a new technology, to adopt new technologies, and so on. And for example, I don't know if you know the term of this term, nudging, the nudge. This was one of the first experiences of nudge was in the Amsterdam Schiphol airport. They wanted to reduce the urinary contamination in the bathroom in men's bathroom, and they put some stickers of flies in this to reduce the spillage, and the spillage was reduced in 80%. So we are using this in our business. This is a very, very interesting and funny, but we are using these nudges to increase the consumption of new technologies that are important. And these nudges are a mild way to remind, to alert people of these findings. I'm going to pass this, but just to say that nudge theory now, Richard Taylor, that was one of the behavioral economists that received the Nobel Prize in 2017, is one of the authors that are using this nudge theory combined with a more sustainable world, a world where we can use these theories in order to increase the consumption of renewable energies. So we use, for example, details of our life to try to put people to without thinking, to select certain things. So we use, for example, these optical illusions in order to put people to understand, to have what is bigger, this is larger, or this is higher, and I don't know. Yeah, sorry, my internet was failing. They have the same direction. They have the same measures. Another thing here, for example, what is a glass with more juice? Do you know? By just looking for it, this has less 30% of juice. What is which blue dot is bigger? They are in the same size, for example. You know this story, for example, to put a plate, the same quantity of food in different plates can be viewed for the user as different amount of food. So I'm talking about these kind of biases and these kind of gaps that we have, because they are being used. Sorry to pass this, but they are being used for purposes. Good purposes. For example, if we are used to we are used to use this kind of names to catalog things. For example, we use normal size. What is a perception? If you imagine oh, sorry. Pedro is saying that I have to hurry up. I know, Pedro. I'm going to hurry up. I don't know if you are listening to me. Yes. Yes. Okay. So, for example, in terms of using these nudging topics to explain to have a good intervention in society. For example, if we put the normal size of potatoes as in a healthier proportion, we can call that the normal has less potatoes than the normal size. For example, the normal is between the big and small. But if we want to reduce the amount of consumption of potatoes, for example, in a restaurant, in a city, we can put, for example, the healthier option is to call normal to the portion that has less quantity of potatoes. So we are using, just to say to you that we are using these effects, and I have to go through more. We are using these effects, these nudging effects, into our businesses and into the consumer. We are trying to put consumers to use less energy or change the behavior of the patterns of energy consumption without them asking on a daily basis about this. This is so important, and this is very important. And I wanted to present this behavior change theories because this is the hot topic now in renewable energies.
No, sorry, you really need to conclude, okay? Because
okay. So I just wanted to show you as an example of these three topics. So these three elements that now are very, very important in the business industry and in renewable energies. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Emmanuel. We really tried to bring here some good examples of what is innovation and how can we pass from an idea to a product in a service. So in this case, in a completely different field from ours, but there were also some examples, and could have shown also in the industry sector. But it's important that especially candidate researchers and young researchers have this clear view that innovation is not to write scientific papers. Innovation is to bring products and services to users. Okay, this is innovation, and so let's keep this in mind because this is also a career path, right? For you to bring your research results into new products, into new services, into new startups, or into an existing company. Okay, but it's very important to also keep this in mind that innovation is usage of technology. Okay. Thank you so much. We will go now to the next session. Thank you, Hernani.
Thank you.
Martin, good morning. You can start, please. So Martin is going to present instead of Joaquin Kruger.
Good morning, everybody. My presentation quickly. Can you see my presentation now? Very good. Yeah, once again, good morning, good day, everybody. My name is Martin Scheurer. I'm the founder and the director of ProTarget AG. I'm going to talk about solar thermal energy contracting as a future business model to provide sustainable and cost-efficient process heat, for example, to industrial partners. A few words about ProTarget. Our company was founded in 2009. We are specialized in the development, production, and operation of concentrated solar thermal systems, particularly to provide process steam and heat. Our modular plants are able to supply thermal energy of up to 420 degrees. And as such, we are an industrial heating system, which is certified and in accordance to the required standard. We are running plants in various countries in the world, and recently we are working also on a project in Saudi Arabia, which I will introduce briefly in the next slide. We are also producing a hydrogen mitigation system, which is installed in conventional utility-scaled CSP plants to reduce the effect of excess hydrogen that appears in tubes. With the topic of salts, I just want to introduce you briefly to one of our R&D projects called desalination. It is the development of an innovative coupling of CSP, so not CST, CSP for electricity generation in the water desalination technology being forward osmosis. The plant will be installed in Saudi Arabia. ProTarget here is the project leader of a large international consortium. And we, as such, we are designing an electrified molten salt loop that provides heat for supercritical CO2 cycle. I will not go much further into the details as it is not the main topic of my presentation, but you can check on the internet on the desalination project is a wonderful website where you can find all further information. Important is planned commissioning of the loop will be at the end of 2025. And then we can also share some operational data and experience with you. Main topic of today is energy contracting of thermal energy for the industry. What is the current status in the industry? The majority of the energy consumption is used to generate process heat, about 70%, which is generated with conventional forms of fuels, oil, coal, and gas. The industry, on the other side, still has massive reservation against new technologies, in particular renewable energies. Why is this? The responsible technical people in the factories simply have limited experience with renewable energy generation technologies. One of the main hurdles still as of today is that fossil fuels are relatively cheap, and also CO2 tax mechanisms are not that significant today. So this, as a result, means that investments in these new technologies are seen as a financial and a technical risk. To overcome this hurdle, there is an alternative. This is, instead of providing CST as a technology, it is to provide energy, thermal energy as a service. With CST systems, we are able to provide green and sustainable process heat, but even more important for the industry, it is cheaper. Yeah, it's more cost efficient compared to fossil fuels. In such a model, the energy is supplied into an existing infrastructure on the base of a long-term energy contract. In such a model, a company like through Target is responsible to design, build, finance, and operate the system, so-called DBFMO model, on the basis of a thermal purchase agreement, TPA. The advantages of such a model are that the energy contracting reduces the technical and the financial risk to the customer. Yeah, it's a take or buy option. Yeah, so the customer just has to take the thermal energy that is produced. He has no operational and maintenance responsibility, hence reducing the technical risk. In such a model, the companies are also providing a performance guarantee. Obviously, we can't guarantee the certainty that under given solar radiation conditions, the system will provide X amount of megawatt hour energy. This means that the customer can actually plan its energy cost and can plan its savings, yeah, for a long period of time. Such a contracting model also enables a more efficient decision-making process. Why? Expenses in energy are operational expenses. Yeah, this can decisions will be made on department or management level, whereas the investment in a solar thermal plant, typically quite a significant investment, has then to be done on a corporate level, yeah, which requires much longer decision-making process. What is also important is that the customer can then incorporate the CO2 savings into his marketing strategy and become more green. Another aspect of contracting model is the financing side. These models require a bank or typically an investor to finance such a project. And nowadays, what is very important for most investors is that their investments, their activities are ESG conform, which means investments have to be environmental, social, and governance. Yeah? And investing in such a contracting model for renewable and green process heat generation means it is ESG, is aligned with the ESG rules, and the investor is able to achieve a constant and stable revenue stream over 10, 20 years and more. And it's a viable investment. Yeah? Interest rates of 10% are easily to be achieved. So it's also quite an attractive investment. At the end of the contracting period, let's say 10, 15 years, the duration of the TPA, the customer has the possibility to purchase the system or at any stage during the contract. If a company then becomes familiar with the technology and how it is operated, it can then purchase the system at a discounted rate and benefit from even higher cost saving, as the system is now owned by the company itself. So these are the advantages of solar thermal energy contracting, which we see as a very attractive business model for most industrial players in the future, because our customers are specialized in producing t-shirts, beer, cheese, pharmaceuticals. So they are not necessarily experts in energy generation. With this, we are providing them energy as a service and ensure that they can benefit from cost-efficient and green process heat for a long period in time. Yeah, this brings me to the end of my presentation. And I'm happy to answer your question if there are any. Thank you very much.
Perhaps you can elaborate a bit on how this energy contracting increases the possibilities for the financing, for the availability of the money for such a project.
If I understood you correctly, the sound was a bit poor. How the financing of such a project is being realized, right?
Yeah, in particular for the case of the energy contracting, if you can talk about it.
Yeah. So basically, in such a model involves three parties. One, the customer is the off-taker of the energy. B, you have the technology provider or the EPC, who is responsible for design, construction of the plant, can also be then responsible for the operation of the plant. The third party is then the investor, who is basically contracting the EPC to build the plant and commission it. The investor, on the investor side, they will calculate then the energy sales price based on their target IRR. So what is the interest rate they want to achieve by selling the energy to the customer? Typically, these TPAs then are set for a period of at least 10 years, some 15 or even 20 years. Such a TPA contains guarantees. Yeah? And what is very important from the solar point of view, TPA has a performance guarantee. As I said before, we can't guarantee the sun, but we have to guarantee that under solar condition X, the system will provide Y. This means a technology provider has to be aware of the performance and the efficiencies of its system, which obviously is a non-linear situation, but it's very important to ensure to the customer and forecast to the customer what the system will provide. So he has a plannable energy source, and he can, based on this, he can also then plan his second or his third energy source, as a solar system, even with the storage, is not able to cover 100% of an industrial energy demand. Yeah? It is always seen as a fuel saver in parallel to the existing system. But obviously, by including a large storage system, solar thermal system, a CST plant, can cover 60, 70, 80% of the demand of the customer.
Martin, may I have a question to that? I first of all, thank you so much for your presentation. And of course, I'm very pleased with your examples of real PPAs going forward, because of course, I personally believe that this is the way for solar processes. There's no other. But I was a bit surprised of you talking about 15, 20 years PPAs. Of course, I understand that from the EPC side, this is what makes sense, and this is what utilities do. But from the end user side, it seems to me that this limits the scope of potential industrial end users, which would be willing to sign such a long-term contract. So to acquire such a long-term liability. So my question is, in such PPAs, do you have escape clauses? For instance, if the company has production fluctuations, if the market is no longer than 5 years, if they want to delocalize the plants, are there provisions for this kind of events, and how do you deal with them?
The sound was a bit poor. I'm not sure if I understood the question completely, but you're asking why the duration of a TPA is 10, 15 years and not shorter.
Well, in a way, maybe you will hear better. In such long PPAs, 20-year PPAs, do you have exit clauses for the end user in case of events such as bankruptcy, that the market changes, that they want to delocalize production to somewhere else? Because I believe these are real questions companies pose.
So basically, absolute valid question, and that is one of the main concerns of the investor side. So basically, contracting models are not new. Contracting models we find in photovoltaics and we find in wind. We also, when it comes to thermal energy, we also see contracting models for example, with combined heat and power systems, where combined heat and power system provides electricity and uses the waste heat as process heat. However, the before mentioned technologies, wind PV and combined heat and power systems, have one advantage, that their main energy product is electricity. So if, for example, my customer, from the point of the investor now, if my customer is going bankrupt, or let's say I provide steam to a dairy, and the dairy decides we are not producing milk powder anymore, we are producing vegetarian cheese, which doesn't need process heat, then you do have a problem. Because electricity you could sell to the grid, but process heat, the supply of the process heat is bound to the customer. this is why the contracts in such a business model are slightly more complex, because you need to foresee such scenarios. Yeah. So for an investor, it is very important that the customer, the off-taker, has a history. So you wouldn't do that with a startup company or with a company that is in critical financial shape. So if you assume that a dairy is there the last 50 years doing business and having solid balance sheets, you can assume they will be there for another 10 years. But you need to foresee clauses. What happens if the worst comes to the worst? And this is what is called a take or buy clause. So the customer has to take the energy, at least to a certain degree. And if he doesn't take it, he needs to pay for it. Yeah. So this basically reduces the risk to the investor. And this makes then such a business model viable. But the question you've raised is absolutely valid, and it is a pretty new business model. But we will see this more often throughout the industry in the next few years.
Thank you so much, Martin.
All right.
Martin, thank you so much for your excellent presentation and insights.
Thank you.
So now we go to the presentation of Ioannis.
Good afternoon, everyone. Pleasure meeting you all and to present a few slides in regards to the general topic CSP, or the bankability of CSP projects more broadly, and more specifically, I would like to give you a couple of project examples and explain while presenting those the typical role of an engineering consulting firm, which Fichtner is. So to start with, a very quick introduction on who we are. So we are Germany-based engineering consulting firm, around since 100 years, and active in a lot of different countries. We also have some subsidiaries in Spain, Italy, UK, and elsewhere. A lot of different countries, not in Portugal yet, but we have also done quite a few projects there in the past. We're dealing with any type of generating electricity, power generating technologies. Obviously now a lot of renewables, including solar thermal, and also other infrastructure types of projects. More specifically, in case of CSP, we are, I would say, one of the leading engineering consulting firms, having been involved in more than 150 projects in the last 30 years or so, and have been involved in any of the major CSP projects of any type. So different types, also a lot of novel CSP technologies. Also, as we speak, we're assessing 3 new CSP technology providers, which are developing the next generation of CSP technologies, and which are looking for new funding or for already first projects, and is then up to us to assess these technologies, these projects, and to just judge on it whether they are bankable or not. So we work in different roles. We act as owner's engineer, as independent engineer between sort of the off-taker and the project company. We're working for banks, i.e. lenders, conducting due diligences. We are working as transaction advisor for large transactions, as mainly technical advisor, but also through our subsidiary as financial advisor if need be. And in the planning, we conduct feasibility studies, conceptual design studies, system optimization studies, and the like. So that's in brief about Fichtner. Now, as mentioned, I would like to give you now a couple of project examples. So what is the typical scope of an engineering firm, and how can we actually then de-risk projects in the different stages? Now here, picked one example, which was back then also a first of its kind project, which is the Shams 1 project, built in Abu Dhabi. So it was the very first periodic trough project which has been built in the desert. So there were a lot of questions how the plant would function in such a, let's say, harsh environment, also considering the soil conditions and so on and so forth.
Sorry, Alex.
Yes.
We are not seeing your presentation.
Oh, okay. Sorry. That's okay. Now, have you seen it at first?
No, we were even with a lot of attention, but
pardon?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now we see it.
Okay, I'm very sorry. You should have interrupted me much earlier. I think I clicked.
Yes.
I clicked one time too little.
Yeah, it's working now. It's working.
Yeah, it's working now. So yeah, but you have heard it orally. What I have been discussing. So that was sort of the previous slide about the footprint. Told you the numbers. So the blue countries, that these were the countries we were already working on CSP, CST projects, and as mentioned, of any types. And now more specifically, going through some of the project examples. So this was, as mentioned, the very first project in a desert environment in the Middle East. So there were a couple of questions to de-risk the project, for instance, also the solar resource and the subsoil conditions. It's a so-called IPP, Independent Power Producer Project, where you have a project company. In order to de-risk the project company, also in this case, it was back then Abengoa. You can see here also Abengoa was part of the project company, i.e. because the other sponsors, which bring in the equity as well as the lenders, which bring in the debt financing, they requested that also the EPC contractor, technology provider, is part of the project company. So they're not delivering only a project at first, and then disappear after 2 years, and then maybe after 5 or 10 years, there are some serious issues. If there are some serious issues, then Abengoa would also suffer because they still have also their money into the project company, and they generate part of the revenues not only through the EPC but also through the long-lasting 25-year power purchase agreement. So this is a typical example how then projects are going to be de-risked, and how projects back then became bankable, i.e. also now for any new technology entering the market. This is a likely scenario, and as said, like currently we're also doing exactly this, trying to develop business models for new entries, new CSP, CST technology providers. And here we also clearly state that they need to be able to also inject some equity in order to have a bankable first commercial project. Now, in this example, also to mention is obviously then the at first sort of the different typical steps. So you start with the initial feasibility studies, the financial modeling, and so on and so forth. In the interest of time, I'm not going into too much detail. Then you obviously have a competitive tender process. We prepare the RFQ, RFP documentation. You then do the bid evaluation, and then there's the commercial close and the financial close thereafter, to then award the project to such an independent power producer. Now, in each of the individual steps, there are obviously requirements in order to de-risk the project. At first, there needs to be a comprehensive basis of studies, in particular also then site studies, so that also then the bidders are not factoring in a lot of uncertainties, which then also makes, in the end of the day, a project bankable, because if they would add too many uncertainties, then the project won't be viable, because the margins, the risk margins are just too high. And also, obviously, then the optimization study is important, that you have a ideal project at first, and then to, in any case, leave it also up to the IPPs to further optimize their projects. So this is in brief how the different stages in such an IPP project look like. Next slides are then really, as an example, the site criteria, which are important. In this case, it was really about the direct normal irradiation. There weren't any big ground measurements back then at that time. In fact, at first the client was pushing and was rushing, and there was not 1 year of reliable solar data. And in the end, the overall financial model had to be adjusted because the DNI was actually lower than initially anticipated, which then obviously has a big impact on the financing of the project. Then there are other infrastructure boundary conditions which are obviously of relevance, but again, like in order to properly de-risk a project, it's also the site characteristics, in particular the soil conditions, which may have a big impact on cost, and hence, if you conduct sort of site studies at first, you can really then de-risk projects at an early stage with very little money. So a site geotech study doesn't cost you a lot, but the uncertainties you otherwise leave with the bidders and the contractors, they are massive. So these are a couple of pictures from some of our projects, and yeah, also soiling. If you misjudge soiling a lot, then obviously you have a much higher OPEX, like operating expense or maintenance expense. Flooding is also very severe, obviously. If there's an extreme flood and you haven't misjudged this, then yeah, you have you're lacking performance, and this is then really an issue. I mentioned the system optimization. Again, in the interest of time, I can't go into too much detail, but this slide should also depict that this is obviously something you can do with very little effort at first, but the impact on the bankability of a project is substantial. Again, here an example for our project in the Middle East, where we did then also for CSP PV hybrid a holistic system optimization. And in fact, here the project only became bankable, even though in the end it didn't be realized because some of the site conditions were not in the end adequate, and they were lacking just sufficient water to run actually a CSP project at this desert location. But in any case, I think what is important here is the project only became bankable because we actually were then not comparing it with standard PV, but we compared it with a combined cycle due to the dispatchability feature CSP can offer. We factored in the capacity credit, and as such, we could actually prove that there's a benefit of building such a CSP PV hybrid as opposed to a combined cycle combined with some PV. The same we actually did also in Dubai for this massive MBR solar park, the 5 gigawatt solar park, where there's now the world's largest CSP project. I think there also wouldn't have been any CSP project if we would have done exactly this, that we were actually factoring in the capacity credit in the overall master planning of the of this solar park, in order to show that you can't just compare levelized cost of electricity, but you compare it holistically, and you have to factor in the benefits CSP can offer due to its dispatchability feature. So jumping up next, sorry for rushing through a bit, but to just give you an overview about this type of projects and how you as an engineering consultant can then de-risk projects. As mentioned, we often then also work as lender's technical advisor, as an advisor to investors into projects. Again, here are two examples. The one here in Spain, not far where we are, that was also back then the very first commercial project with the 2-tank molten salt storage a few years back. And you can see here the size of the project. A lot of you probably know already the specifics. I'm not going to go into detail here. But yeah, our role here was then to conduct the lender's technical advisory services. And I quickly run you through now the different steps. The other one here is the newer one project, where we also for some investors conducted some due diligences at some stage after doing the master plan, as mentioned. So in this project, typically as a lender's technical advisor, there are different stages. So the banks, they got approached and are asked to lend money to the project company in this case to actually implement such a CSP project. So at the very first step, you then conduct a so-called pre-financial close due diligence. So at an early stage, before the lenders are actually entering in, you conduct then a due diligence. On this, you look at some general red flags. So are there any obstacles which need to be highlighted in order to say, look, this is not a bankable project because certain risks are too high. So in case there would be a very high risk of flooding or it's in a very sensitive areas, and there might be, from a permitting point of view, some major obstacles, and they haven't received yet the building license, things like that. We need to point out and to highlight. And then at the same time, you look at obviously the energy yield projections, whether they're viable, and if so, what is the actual annual performance on a P50 data, and then obviously the banks, they more conservative. They also want to know what happens in the worst case year. So P90, so 90% of the times of the years, this annual performance is going to be achieved. And in this case, the banks then still want to be repaid. Maybe the investors, they're not getting their money, but the banks really want to have their money in any case. So the P90 is then kind of the figure they're looking at. So this is then the scope for this subsequent stage where you conduct then, if they say, look, there are no major obstacles, please go ahead and conduct a full due diligence. Then you generally go to site, you conduct a site visit, you look at the technical concept, whether it's sound. You look at the project structure, the parties involved, do they have an adequate project management in place? And then you look at the project agreements, i.e. EPC contracts, major supply contracts with, for instance, now the steam turbine supplier, whether there are any long-term maintenance agreements and things like that. Are there technical warranties in place? At an early stage, for instance, it was mainly to do with the heat collecting elements, for example. So there are various aspects you need to look at. And then is the time execution schedule adequate? And as mentioned, the permitting licensing obviously is also of key importance. And then the technical inputs into the financial model. So once you have done that and the lenders are okay to finance the project and everything is being put in place and the financial close has been reached, there's still then a role for the lender's technical advisor during the construction period. So there's then a frequent construction monitoring. So from time to time, you also then visit the site. You may be asked to attend workshop inspections and so on. And you provide in the banks on a quarterly basis some progress reports. Then the testing completion is obviously then a key period to be looked into, also for the lender's technical advisor to see whether the project actually is performing well and whether there are any major open points before the project can then go into so-called provisional acceptance testing, and then last into final acceptance testing for a certain time period. And then last, it's then when the project is commercially operational, the monitoring on a frequent basis, semi-annual or annual basis. You look into the O&M budget. There are generally then some bonus payments to be paid, and this is then also verified by the lender's technical advisor. And in some cases, we are doing this now since more than 10 years on projects in Spain, for instance. Yeah, it's a frequent task then to be done. So that's in brief, like the typical scope, what you do as part of a lender's technical advisor. Now, I'll very quickly run through the typical tasks of an owner's engineer to actually also add comfort and further support to the owner, and again, like to de-risk the project. So another two examples, I took some with different technologies. So in case of linear Fresnel, there are not that many plants available. I mean, now at the moment we're doing at the same time, and it might be more interesting than for the direct molten salt topic here, doing a similar role for the projects in Italy, the direct molten salt projects, which is now the the newer technology of the company Fresnel, formerly Novatec. In Spain, they did the very first commercial linear Fresnel project, where Fichtner back then also was acting as owner's engineer. And another example was one of the first solar tower projects being built in China. And back then, China also wanted to have additional international support in order to de-risk the projects, basically. So I took now here a few slides from the Chinese project to show you basically a typical then team acting as owners engineers. There's in the home office a team doing primarily the design review activities, and then there's an owner's team on site who's doing then the site supervision and the commissioning supervision of the project. And in between there's obviously then the project manager for the project. Now, design review, there's a master document list being developed, and then we go through it and define jointly with the client which documents are going to be reviewed by the owner's engineer. And there's then the typical kind of review cycle. There are clarification meetings on specific topics, and it just should help that obviously then the basic and detail engineering of so that the review cycle should then make sure that obviously the engineering is as per the contract and as per typical state-of-the-art standard. Now, moving forward, there is then obviously a lot of quality assurance necessary also in such a project. Now here it's an example of the so-called factory acceptance testing, i.e. before any of the major equipment gets sent to site, there's then a factory acceptance test, and this is then typically also witnessed by the owner's engineer. There's also a typical procedure depicted here. And yeah, as said, like that's another typical role of an owner's engineer in order to de-risk a project so that there's no major delay if an equipment gets sent to site, and then you actually find out only once the steam turbine is installed on site that it's actually having a major issue and needs to get sent back, and that can maybe push back a project by 1 year, whereas if you find it in a factory inspection, then it might only be a delay of a couple of months. And then here the typical activities of a construction commissioning management. I can also share the slides, and then who's interested can have a look at. And then during the commissioning process, obviously there's also a specific procedure. There's the cold commissioning, the hot commissioning. There are then the so-called turnover packages being defined, and then after the erection, there's then a clearance certificate to be issued, and then after the cold commissioning, there's then basically the so-called mechanical completion, and after that you then have the hot commissioning, and last you have then the testing. And here are the typical sort of tests to be conducted for such project. And last slide, maybe to explain here a bit more. It's then about checking the initial guaranteed performance, which is then basically frozen in a black box performance model to be provided by the contractor against the actual performance for each of the individual tests. You then have the comparison, and there are some contractual values you need to achieve. If you achieve it, then you have provisional acceptance. If you don't achieve it, then you need to modify, improve your plant in order to then do the test again. And only once these parameters have been reached, you then come into the next stage, which is then the final acceptance test, which is typically then a 1-year period where you also measure the overall plant performance against the performance model. And again, once you have reached the defined and agreed threshold of your annual performance as per the performance model, then the actual project or the plant is being taken over. So that was now a lot of information in a very brief time. So happy to answer now some questions if there are some. And then as said, like also happy to share the slides for the wider audience. So thanks a lot.
Questions? So thank you, Johannes.
You're welcome.
I think
I guess now everyone is ready for the lunch break, I suppose. Huh?
still a coffee break first.
Oh, first coffee. Okay.
Here it's only 11 o'clock.
Oh, yeah, sure, you are behind. Of course, because I'm dealing at the moment with a lot of clients in the Middle East, and I was like, I'm always counting forward, and also in Australia, it's always forward. But of course, you're an hour behind. Then I should have said good morning, not good afternoon. First of all.
Johannes, though there are no questions, I would like to thank you for your excellent presentation, definitely with a lot of material for people here to reflect. And of course, to look into the other side of questions. After the technologies are out there, how can we actually bring them to real projects? Thank you so much for your experience, for your insights.
Yeah, you're welcome. And then enjoy the workshop further. Okay, have a good day. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
So good afternoon, good morning. I don't know. Good morning, everyone. I'm Razia Al-Kadi. I'm a researcher with the Renewable Energy Chair, University of Évora. Today, in the fast tracks for SALTOpower, we'll be giving an overview. I will be giving an overview of molten salt application in concentrated solar power plant. So first, I will be starting with the CSP plant presentation, presenting different technologies used in the CSP plant. Then I will be tackling the molten salt in the CSP plant specifically, and to conclude with the advantages and challenges in using molten salt in CSP. So as we all know, the CSP plant aims to generate electricity via the use of different technologies, mainly to focus the sunlight and heat up a fluid. We do have different technologies used, divided in two different concentration, either the line. The line focus or the point focus system. We do have the parabolic trough system and the linear Fresnel system that concentrate the sunlight in a line focus, and the dish technologies to focus the sunlight in a really small receiver in the point focal, and also the tower that use a really huge heliostat field to concentrate the sunlight on the top of a tower. The main advantage of the CSP technologies is compatibility with using thermal energy storage system in the power station to increase the production of the power plant via storing excess energy during the operation of the solar field during the day, and provide continuous production during the night. And here, those are two examples of the thermal storage system used in CSP plant. Basically, we do have, specifically for parabolic trough system and tower system, use mostly a two-tank system storage. This two-tank system storage could be installed either in indirect way. And here is an example of a parabolic trough system loop. This indirect installation of a thermal storage system is due to the use of two different medium, let's say, the heat transfer fluid, which is different from the storage medium. And it could be used as well, the two-tank storage system, in a direct way in the case where we use the same heat transfer fluid and the storage medium. The third possibility of thermal storage system in CSP plant is a thermocline system, which is a single tank storage system that could be installed in a CSP plant. This single tank is a single tank that is installed in the power plant that works with a different temperature layer between in the storage medium. Around the world, several CSP plants is installed, and the most updated capacity installed in 2024 is around 10 gigawatts. This capacity will be increased to 14 gigawatts around 2029. The majority of the contribution is come from China. Most of the technologies used in CSP plant are parabolic trough system and also the tower plant. Typically, this parabolic trough system or the tower system is around 50 to 10 megawatt CSP installation. I'm just giving here some examples of different installed system around the world, in Morocco, in the south of Africa, in China as well, and other more installation. Most of it is based on the parabolic trough and the tower system, as I was mentioning, and all of it have thermal storage system. It's mostly used molten salt with a higher storage capacities up to 8 hours. So the utilization of molten salt in the CSP plant came from the capacities that the molten salt have. First, it's the high heat capacity that the molten salt present, and its stability at elevated temperature. Of course, the molten salt in general present a really large range of operational temperature, allowing for effective heat capture and storage. And also it provides flexibility for the CSP plant design in general, and specifically for the thermal storage. The molten salt in general presented among different mixture based nitrate based that go from a melting temperature from 90 degrees to 240 till a really high temperature that is limited by its decomposition temperature, which is around maximum 565 degrees. All of those salt mixture present a really important heat capacity. We do have salt mixture on chloride basis. Those mixture have a really high temperature, limited temperature, which is more than 700 degrees, and also fluoride-based and carbonate-based salt mixture. Most of the CSP plants around the world that is used molten salt in the thermal storage system use the solar salt, which is the commercial name of the binary mixture on the nitrate basis. It has 60% potassium nitrate and 40% calcium nitrate. And this mixture presents is the most, let's say, it's the most stable mixture and the most used because of its compatibility with with material used in CSP plants. The molten salt in general, with its range, the large range, temperature range that's present, provide a really great flexibility in coupling the CSP plants that use the molten salt either in the thermal storage part or as a heat transfer fluid as well, make it compatible with a really big range of thermodynamic cycles that could work with temperature above 600 degrees. We can see it mainly the steam Rankine cycle, which is the most used power cycle in CSP plant, the Rankine cycle, supercritical CO2 cycle, and so on and so forth. One more advantage of using molten salt in CSP plant is its dual functionality, as I was mentioning before. The molten salt can be used both as a heat transfer fluid and as a storage medium. I have here just an example of the first demo plants that use molten salt as a heat transfer fluid and the storage medium, which is the Archimede solar energy demo plant in Italy. This was commissioned, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, in 2013. And we do have the MSP, specifically the high performance solar loop at MSP here. People will be joining the visit tomorrow. Will have the opportunity to see our facility. That's work also with molten salt as a heat transfer fluid and the storage medium. And the loop here is a 2-tank storage. Going to the advantages and the challenges of using molten salt in CSP. Of course, first thing is the high temperature capability of the molten salt in utilization, which improve the power cycle efficiency, and also the capability that molten salt gives to be able to scale up the storage system and have a long duration of the storage in the CSP plants, and it can exceed the 8 hours of energy output. Just to give an overall view about the impact of having a large storage system in CSP plant. Here we have this graphic from Irena that shows how the levelized cost of electricity from CSP plant dropped really between 2010 and 2023, drop in a really important manner with a really large storage capacity, achieving the 0.11 euro per kilowatt hour. Of course, using molten salt is not an easy thing at CSP plant because it presents many challenges. The first challenge of using molten salt is corrosion risk, and we will have one presentation this afternoon that will address specifically the corrosion with the molten salt. Because of the continuation of operating the system using molten salt at higher temperature, it leads automatically to material degradation and requires specific alloys. And most of the research are directed in this way for the time being. Also, the solidification risk because of the molten salt mixture present a really high temperature, melting temperature. The solidification risk, especially specifically for power plants that use molten salt as a heat transfer fluid and the storage medium, it's a really high risk. that will pose high freezing events during the circulation of molten salt in the system. Also, the initial cost and the operation cost of the plant using molten salt, as we will need to maintain the molten salt at higher temperature above the melting point. And of course, having thinking about large storage system, we will for sure have a really high cost for tank insulation, specific piping, and also the maintenance of the system. Also, the safety concern, because we will have our system operating at high temperature, that presents a really high safety concerns and also potential leakages. And to conclude, I want just to address the research and development line for molten salt in CSP. The first thing that is let's say underway is the advances in molten salt composition for higher temperature to improve its stability. Also, the corrosion resistance material. Many materials are under testing to come up with compatible material for the CSP utilization using molten salt. And also the integration of every CSP storage system and thermal batteries to increase the storage duration of CSP plants. And by this, I came to the end of my presentation. I don't know if you have any question.
Yeah, I have a question. Could you put the models for the power cycle?
Sure.
So I noticed here the writing in the power cycle is confusion. So could you say something about the other power cycles? So how is their TIL in order to reduce them?
Yeah, actually, the most used power cycle in CSP plant right now is the steam Rankine cycle, which works till temperature around 550 degrees. Right now, most of the research goes to the supercritical CO2 cycle, which have the ability to work at higher temperature above the 600 degrees, but using molten salt in these parts, taking in consideration the market utilization of the molten salt, which is the solar salt mostly in all power plants, needs the development of resistive heating element, let's say, to boost the temperature. Or on the other side, working on new mixture, for example, the chloride salts that may work with a higher temperature compatible to supercritical CO2 cycle.
So my question is that the air gradient or argon gradient, this power cycles, it's already commissioned, or it's just also under the declaration or under research? Which level is that? Because for me, I'm interested is that so when we are developing the new sort features, if the fixed the power cycles are already commissioned, it's good. We don't need to wait like the supercritical CO2, right? It's not a commissioned technology. It's just under the.
Yeah, it's under development. Yeah, it's under development. It's not let's say it's not a mature technology that can be straight away implemented in a new power plant that will be installed.
It is the air operating and the argon operating, so power cycles, it's already conventional or not?
In some demo plant, yeah, indeed.
I think so. We are talking about the new motor sort for temperature above 700 degrees C. Maybe not only the separator CO2 operating, we can also talk about the commission operating cycles. Okay. Here.
So this model I believe to see there one of the most critical advantage is the fact that it solves our brain compression. I guess that is the critical advantage.
Yeah, indeed.
So actually, we can do the slide was.
Sure, I will. Before publishing the publication, I will.
Well, good morning to everyone. Oh, what's up? Okay. My name is Francesco Rovense. I am a researcher at the Energy and Thermal Energy Storage Laboratory of the Enea Casaccia Research Center in Évora. And this morning I will present the molten salt application in other sector than CSP. I will start with a brief introduction on the molten salt mixture. Then I will introduce molten salt reactor, the use of molten salt in chemical industry, waste treatment, acid storage and transfer. And finally, I will conclude with the perspective on molten salt application. This slide lists the main typical molten salt mixture that are in the binary mixture, that is the common named solar salt. This kind of mixture has a good compromise between cost, thermophysical properties, and freezing point. The other one is the so named high-tech, that is a mixture of sodium nitrate and potassium nitrate and calcium nitrate that has a lower melting temperature compared to the solar salt, but is a relative costly and toxic. The other mixture is the ternary with lithium nitrates. The main advantages are low freezing point and thermal stability comparable with the solar salt. But the main disadvantages of this kind of mixture is the high cost of the lithium nitrate. If instead of lithium we had calcium nitrate, we obtained the high-tech XL that has a freezing point of about 110 degrees C, but also the upper temperature is limited to 415. The last mixture is the quaternary mixture, but for this kind of salt, we have a limitation of two kinds of system, as calcium nitrate and sodium nitrate cannot mix due to the formation of and rapid reoxidation of calcium nitrate also at a low temperature. Well, this slide represents some comparison with the commercial diathermic coil. In particular, you can observe on the right a table in which are listed the solar salt mixture and the diathermic oil, and the related risk phrases. In general, you can observe that the risk phrases of the solar salt in terms of number are lower compared to the diathermic oil. While if you observe the graph on the left, you can observe, you can see the unit cost of the terminal oil and the mixture of the solar salt. And in general, apart to the terminal XP, you can see that the unit cost in general of the molten salt mixture are lower, varying from $1 to $2 per kilograms. Finally, I would like to show this graph in order to show for each kind of molten salt mixture the working temperature. This temperature represents the temperature range in which this kind of mixture are stable, rather the property of the molten salts don't have any kind of degradation. In order to understand what kind of application is possible to apply for the molten salt. Well, this picture finally showed that the four kind of application of the molten salt that generally are classified in the commercial power plant. In particular, nuclear reactor, chemical industry, waste treatment, and heat and storage transfer. Starting with the molten salt reactor, this kind of reactor is one of the 6 advanced reactor configuration for the future generation by the Generation 4 of the International Forum. This kind of reactor is a kind of nuclear fission reactor in which the primary nuclear reactor coolant and or the fuel is mixed. It's a mixture of molten salt with a fissile material. Based on the use of the molten salt, is possible to divide this reactor in 2 categories. One that use the molten salt as a fuel, and the other that use the molten salt as a coolant. In this case, the name is molten salt cooled reactor. This picture shows a typical layout of a molten salt reactor that use the molten salt as a fuel. I don't go in detail, but it's possible to observe that there are three main components: the reactor in which the reaction occurs, the solar salt heat exchanger. You can see my pointer, yeah, the heat exchanger, and the part related to the power cycle. Well, in this kind of molten or the reactor, the fuel is liquid. So in this liquid fuel molten salt reactor that use typically thorium or enriched uranium, the fuel is dissolved directly in the molten salt, creating a liquid mixture that circulates in the system. So in these parts of the reactor. So the operation of this kind of reactor occurs in 3 stages. In the first one, there is the fuel dissolution. Molten salts, such as lithium fluoride or beryllium fluoride, are used as high-temperature solver in which fissile material, like thorium or uranium, are dissolved. There is a main difference between this kind of reactor with the typical reactor, as the typical reactor uses a solid fuel. In the second step occurs the nuclear fission reactor. So once the fuel salt enters to the reactor, called nuclear fission reactor occurs. So fuel atoms split, releasing energy in the form of heat. In the last stage, for sure, there is the heat transfer. Already the heat generated by the reactor is transferred to the power cycle. The main advantages of this kind of a reactor are 2. First is a key advantage of the liquid fuel molten salt reactor that fission products can be removed from the molten salt while the reactor is operating, reducing the need of a shutdown of the reactor for the fuel replacement. And the second one is the possibility to cool down very fast the reactor the molten salt is possible to drain in a storage tank the fuel. And in this case, the molten salt change the state from liquid to solid, preventing further nuclear reaction that, as you can imagine, can be dramatic. In this slide, you can see the most common molten salt used for the molten salt reactor, that are lithium fluoride and beryllium fluoride, lithium fluoride and thorium fluoride. Both molten salt operate at temperature range between 600 and 800 degrees C. Uranium fluoride, in this case, uranium fluoride is dissolved in a matrix of molten salt like fluoridium fluoride and fluoride salt. As this kind of mixture can have a higher melting point, the operating range is between 600 and 800. And the last mixture of chloride salt that is not commonly used in molten salt reactor, but because this kind of mixture is more used for in fast reactor that we do not describe today. This picture shows the other kind of reactor, that is the molten salt cooled reactor. In this case, you can see an additional component that is the stage of coolant. In this case, with the fuel is solid, so it's different than the molten salt reactor. So the operation occurs in 3 stages. There is the solid fuel immersion. So the fuel, as is in the solid form, and can consist of fuel rods, typically uranium, thorium, similar to those used in conventional reactor. The fuel solid is immersed in a molten salt coolant, which carries away the heat generated by the nuclear fission. In the second stage, there is the cooling of the molten salt reactor. The molten salt, such as lithium fluoride and beryllium fluoride, or a mixture of sodium and potassium salts, have a high thermal capacity and can operate at a high temperature between 600 and 700, can cool this fuel without evaporating. And in the last stage, there is the heat transfer, in which the heat generated by the nuclear fission can be transferred to the power cycle. The main advantage of this kind of molten salt are the possibility to operate at low pressure, at atmospheric or lower, compared to the water-cooled reactor. So in the case of an emergency, molten salt cool and solidify easily, limiting the dispersion of radioactive materials. And the high efficiency, as it's possible to use power cycle more efficient because they operate at higher temperature. The efficiency of this kind of reactor can be between 44 to 48%, compared to the conventional water-cooled reactor that operate between 33-35%. So it's possible to use gas turbine at higher turbine inlet temperature. The typical molten salt used for this kind of reactor have lithium fluoride and beryllium fluoride, sodium fluoride and zirconium fluoride, sodium fluoride and lithium fluoride, and the last, but it's not very common, sodium and potassium fluorides. Another kind of application is as a catalytic medium that enhance both the activity and the stability of the catalysis of nickel and iron-based aluminium. These molten salts play an important role in preventing the carbon encapsulation. That is a common problem in the catalysis process. In particular, can contribute to in different ways, such as promoting high catalytic activity, by preventing the carbon encapsulation, improving long-term stability, enhancing carbon removal via oxidation, and increasing selectivity and the control of the reaction. Another electrochemical process in which molten salt are generally used is the electrochemical process. Due to the ability of the molten salt to remain stable at high temperature and with a good conductivity of the ions. For example, in the context of the hydrogen production, the molten salt can be used as electrolysis, offering a promising method for efficient high temperature electrolysis. By this, the dissolution of the steam in the molten salt and the electrochemical reduction at constant electrolysis voltage. The most important application in chemical industry is the possibility to use molten salt in high temperature battery that use molten salt as electrolysis. Because this kind of salt are very stable and can operate at high temperature with a good high ionic conductivity. In this picture, you can see the high temperature battery that is composed of an electrolyte that use a high temperature molten salt such as lithium chloride and potassium chloride. There is the anode that typically consists of lithium aluminum alloy, and the cathode that often use iron disulfides. The main advantage of this kind of battery is the possibility to reach the high power output with a good thermal stability and a long storage life. With a good resistance to the self-discharge, and the last is the possibility to have a very fast thermal activation. For that, the typical application of the high temperature battery are the electric vehicle, thermal battery for defense and aerospace, grid energy storage, and remote and extreme environments. Another use of the molten salt is the waste treatment technologies, primary with the process like pyrolysis and gasification. This kind of process are mostly used for the management of the waste, like waste to fuel plants, chemical recycling of plastic, industrial syngas production, and municipal solid waste treatment. In the case of pyrolysis, this kind of is possible to produce products like bio-oil, syngas, and chair, and nitrate-based molten salts such as sodium nitrate and potassium nitrate are particularly suitable for this process as they can operate at high temperature. It's possible to start to have a good efficiency at 300 degrees C with a good thermal stability and with good property of heat transfer. And it's possible to reutilize the product of the pyrolysis for other application. The key benefit of using molten salt is in waste treatment are the fast reaction kinetic, the possibility to in situ heat transfer, the possibility to capture the contaminant, and finally reduce the tar formation. For what concerns heat storage and transfer, I don't go in detail because my colleague explained very well the use of molten salt in a CSP plant. But the molten salt are commonly used in this kind of application, in particular binary and ternary mixture for low temperature, medium, high temperature application, such as parabolic trough and solar power tower. But apart of this, another kind of application are, as we see at the beginning of this presentation, in nuclear facilities. Molten salts are employed as a primary heat transfer fluid, as you see they transfer the heat produced by the nuclear reaction to the power cycle. The typical power cycle employed are the Rankine cycle, Brayton cycle, combined air-Brayton cycle. But we hope in the future to use also supercritical dioxide Brayton cycle. Apart of this application, another mostly common application is a hybrid nuclear energy system, in which the thermal energy produced by the nuclear power plant is stored in a molten salt storage tank that also can receive energy from other kind of renewable energy, such as PV, wind, or the energy come from the electrical grid. Well, in conclusion, the perspective on molten salt application are, as you can see in this slide, are defined in only one word: hybrid. Because as you can see in this slide, the use of Carnot battery can help the grid to store different kind of energy, that, for example, from electricity, heat, from renewable energy, or electrical grid. And this kind of energy can be used in the form of heat in order to produce electricity, directly industrial process heat, or by the using of thermoelectrochemical process in order to produce renewable gases such as hydrogen. Well, I concluded my presentation. I hope to have stimulate a bit of interest in this kind of application. And if you have some question, I will be happy to provide some more information. Thank you. It's time to lunch. No question? Well.
There are some projects of Carnot battery in Italy?
Yes, we have national and European project regarding Carnot battery and the development. In this kind of application, the main problem is the heater, no? As you can imagine. And we are developing a lot of research in this way in an area.
Commercial?
For nuclear power plant, I guess that there are some commercial application, as I showed before. But in this moment, I don't remember the name of the plants. But yes, for nuclear application, there are.
Good afternoon, everyone, to the online attendants, and again, to the people here on site. I think we can move forward with the next section of this fast track school, which is the technology risks. I will be addressing that, taking into account our experience at Évora Molten Salt platform and addressing more or less what were the risks that we identified during our operational campaigns. Starting now with an overview for those who do not know yet, at University of Évora, we have the facility called Évora Molten Salt platform. In this platform, the main idea is to test and validate the use of molten salts, either as heat transfer fluids, but also as storage medium. The first project that we implemented was this loop that you can see in this picture, which is made up with a parabolic trough solar field, which is connected to a 2 tanks storage system and also to a steam generation system. So in this presentation, I will be addressing what we believe is the most risky operations that we had at the MSP. One of it is the melting operation. In HPS2 loop, we already had the opportunity to test 2 different mixtures of molten salts. One is a neat-calc ternary mixture provided by UÉvora, which is one of our former partners. And in these pictures, what you can see it's a resume of what we did at the time. So the picture on the left is an overview. In the center, what you see is a machine that we used for this process. So we had an external machine to our tanks, composed by a crusher to crush these salts, then connected to a conveyor belt that would transfer these salts to this conic tank, and inside this conic tank we would perform this pre-melting operation. Okay, so we would melt the salts at temperatures around 100 degrees and then transfer it to our drainage tank. The picture on the right, what you can see is a phenomena that happens because this ternary mixture of molten salts have a content of water that needs to be evaporated. So after the melting, we still need to have some time to evaporate this water content. I guess this is not new for some of you. Also, I guess more or less we addressed this also in previous sessions of this fast track school. But for those who are not aware, this is a way to show it to you. So next, as I said, we also already had the opportunity to test solar salts, so the binary mixture of solar salts. In this case, what we did was to melt it directly inside our drainage tank, so we were not using any external machine. Our tank was designed to allow this process to be possible, okay? So then the pictures are here expressing how we would be controlling locally also the progress of these meltings with the local monitoring of the salt temperatures. So now passing to address what are the risks, some of them, of course, very well stated already in the state of the art, and others maybe we identified during the process itself. So one of the things that we noticed at the time was NOx emissions. It's normal, the NOx formation at high temperature, so that is expected. The emissions in our case only happened because for specific reasons we had the need to open some components of the tanks. I'm referring to chimney of the tanks for venting, and also a manhole on our drainage tank to collect a sample. It would be possible to eventually avoid these. For example, for the sampling, if we had a specific device, a vessel specific for that, maybe we could have avoided that. As we did not have it from the beginning, we had this event of the NOx emissions. And as we had it, we felt the need of reinforcement of the safety procedures that did not have this into account. So at the time, we included the use of specific personal protective equipment to our operators. Also, they were using, every time that they were reaching the molten salt tanks during operation, they were using the NOx portable sensor. So this way we could eventually mitigate the problem. Besides NOx emission, there are other risks that Radia also mentioned briefly in her presentation, and I think they are more or less known for those who are already acquainted with molten salts technology. For example, leakages in our melting process. We saw it in specific spots. Usually they happen through flanges of the component, and usually what we can do to avoid this or minimize is to try to do some regular maintenances. Some of these leakages, quite often you solve it by tightening bolts of these flanges, so it's not a complex problem. Then also can happen injuries due to high temperature exposure, and in these, obviously all the piping networks are properly insulated, but might be some specific case in which the operators could be eventually exposed to this risk, and for that we also have specific suites for high temperature. So whenever, for example, they need to collect some salt sample, they have these high temperature suites for that. And of course, this reinforcement of training of operators, it's also very important to avoid any injury. Last, material stress due to temperature gradients. This is kind of easy to mitigate. Of course, in all of our system, what we do is to preheat all of our piping networks, tanks, and components. Okay. This is only two pictures to illustrate a bit what I was saying. So this was the event that we saw, and it was really at this time that we found that we were having an emission not expected of NOx, but it happened only because we opened this chimney to the environment. Also some leakage. This is what you can see on the picture on the right. It happened on our cold molten salt pump. And now passing to salts removal. Salts removal or salts handling, I think this is a question. This is a question that maybe I will not give an answer with this presentation, but I guess this is, if not a research topic, should be something that researchers should have in mind, what to do with these salts in the end lifetime of a power plant, or even in our pilot power plants, what to do with these salts. Actually, we had to think on this beforehand, because we had a test campaign using UÉvora salts, but 1 year after we were already changing to binary mixture of molten salts. And at that time, we were facing this problem. Okay, our tanks were not designed to drain these salts. We would not like to freeze the salts inside the tanks, because we could eventually be damaging some instrumentation, and we still want our plant to be alive for further test campaigns. And so we were trying here to find some solutions. One of it was using this equipment that you see here. It's a cooling belt that allowed us to extract the salts and frozen and do the pasteurization of these salts. I think in the picture in the middle you can see it, but that was did not solve completely our problem, because besides that, we also had the problem of, okay, our molten salt pumps does not reach the bottom of the tank, so we still need to think about any other solution. And so it was mainly DLR with our support that, okay, maybe we could eventually progress with the salt dilution. And so we did it like that at the time. And with the UÉvora salts, but also nowadays we also implemented this process, not with the objective of removal of the salts, but in order to keep our facility on a hibernation mode. This hibernation mode will allow us to save electricity costs. In our case, this happens because we are in between test campaigns, and also because we had some issue on our solar field, so it was not possible to us to keep circulating salts. I will not be focusing too many details, because related to the dilution process, Nicholas in the last fast track school had a very good presentation. So for those who are interested in some details, I think these presentations are public in the SALTOpower website. So I invite you to check if you are interested to know a bit more. This picture on your right is kind of a curious picture. I think you can understand this is the inside of our cold tank, and what you see here is salts in liquid phase, but also in solid phase around our instrumentation. This happened because we did this dilution process, but we only reached a clear point of around 40 degrees Celsius. We could continue the dilution, injecting more water. The point was we did not have space enough inside of our tanks to do so. So we had this compromise of having this clear point around 40 degrees. And from time to time, if the temperature lowers a bit, this crystallization process around this instrumentation happens. So our operators still need to control this process. Okay. So focusing a bit now on the risks and more related to the dilution process. One of the questions was, okay, we need to inject them in water, and we need to be sure that the chloride content of this them in water is really, really low in order to avoid that reach the passivation limit of our stainless steel. So this was one of the risks that we identified, because in our case, we were exporting, let's say, this dam in water from the outside. No one could really assure to us that the chloride content was was fixed and in the lower limit. And so what we did was very simple. Whenever we received the water, we just took a sample, analyzed it, and then when we were sure about that, we just progressed it. Besides this, what else could be a risk here? Eventually, environmental risk caused by a potential leakage, but this is also something that it's easy to mitigate by predicting any containing vessel or tanks. In this last dilution process, that was not needed, but for example, in the first one, we were filling IBC's containers with this dilution, and so this could be eventually something that we could predict to avoid this risk. Also, during the process, we could have strong evaporation during this water injection, and actually we saw it. And the way to mitigate it was by reducing this water injection when we see that the pressure was increasing too much. And again, a topic is this waste disposal. So the first time that we removed these salts out of our system, we followed a disposal protocol provided by UÉvora, because UÉvora being the provider, they knew that these salts still had a value and could be recycled, let's put it like that. Eventually, on a commercial power plant, this could be a topic, because most likely the salts cannot be recycled anymore. Most likely they will be suffered already degradation. Yeah. This is it, and I'm reaching now the conclusions. The conclusions, I guess, they are more or less obvious. This risk analysis needs to be done during a design phase and also then during operational phase, because it might be the case that we did not foresee every risk. The main highlights from our experience as well is that the training of operators is really, really important. So it's important that they are completely aware of all the risks in order also to be sure that they are using every time all the personal protective equipment adequate to avoid any injury, especially with operators, of course, people first, but also for the equipment, it's the same. And then also appropriate preventive maintenance is crucial in order to avoid machine failures, delays, and etc. And a strict control of chemical parameters, either of the salts or in the damming water. So this is the highlights, the conclusions of our experience and the risks that we identified. And this is it. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any doubts, just let me know. Yeah, sure.
Are you sending some time to take some sort of degradation?
Yes, we were taking samples with that purpose to check salt degradation. I cannot tell you the results. This is something that DLR was taking from time to time to check the degradation of the salts. Yeah, yeah. I think so. I cannot really confirm to you, but I guess so. Yeah.
It's very interesting.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah.
But I know that now you have a source, yes?
Yeah, in the plant.
How do you remove the mixture of the
it was through this process that you can see here. You know, we were using this machine and to pump the salts out. Part of the process was like this, and this had a cooling belt, okay, to have then the salts in this pasteurization format, let's say. You can see in the picture, it looks like Exactly. Yeah.
What's the temperature from the
really low, 100 and something. No, less than 200. Yeah, for sure. I don't have these figures on mind completely, but it was around the 120, maybe something like that. Yeah. The minimum possible. let's say, the minimum possible at the time that I can tell. And then we diluted the rest of the content in order to reduce the maximum possible, and then we pumped with the water pump.
Thank you for your presentation. And for which mixture do you note the anaerobic formation?
For both.
Which temperature?
For both. In the ternary mixture, actually, when we noticed, I think we were with a temperature around 350, maybe. But we were not sure if that did not happen even before this temperature, because at the time the NOx sensor of the tanks were not yet commissioned. We had some problem at the time, or we were still finalizing the commissioning of this equipment. But for solar salts, it was really during the melting process. So 250 degrees, we already had this event, because at the time we were already aware of this, already using the NOx portable sensors and already checking the DCS, this NOx content, yeah. From what I understood, I'm not a researcher, but from the discussions at the time, it was expected to have it at more high temperature than this 300 or 250 degrees Celsius, but that's why we were not.
It's not about the nitrate degradation.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You need to pay. Many questions.
And the policies have plenty of very nice, really new information there on this new source, the Yara source. And this sort contains the calcium nitrate.
Yeah, the calcium nitrate, yeah. It's a neat calc from Yara. It have a content with calcium, yeah.
To my knowledge, so this salt is really hygroscopic. It can absorb the moisture. Yeah.
So it can eventually absorb some humidity. Yeah.
And then, so during your heating up, the direct heating or heating to high temperature, for example, fine, you see, you need to pay attention to the moisture, to the water in the salt, how to dry it properly, and also how to avoid the hydrolysis reaction. So, because if you don't control this, then the salt will be very corrosive at the head. And the similar salt, the mixture, already has one demonstration in China. So 1 gigawatt hour, the calcium nitrate salt, but it was not very successful. They did a very long preheating and pump to the hot tank, and after several weeks, they included everywhere. And then they have a new, almost all things new, they built and choose the high-tech salt, not try this one. Because
okay, so they changed it because they found it to be corrosive when they were passing through this process.
So in only 7 weeks, because they didn't do the drying, and this moisture of some of hydrogen impurity in the salt at high temperature properly, then the salt is very good.
Yeah. Yeah.
So also in my presentation, I will introduce something about how to control the corrosion of nitrate and also chloride. It's quite similar to that. Its problem is the water at high temperature.
Okay. Okay. Very interesting. Okay. But I don't know if you were planning to do some question or just doing
so my
that.
The calcium, the nitrate is containing or not? If it contains that,
if it contains calcium, it
calcium.
Yeah, it contains calcium nitrates. Yeah, this Yara mixture. Yeah.
And do you also measure the water content in the salt?
No, the information, I believe we didn't. The information we got, it was provided by Yara. So they mentioned to us that it has, I guess it was 9% of water content, if I'm not wrong. I hope I'm not saying, I guess it was, but I can then later check that to you because I have that information. I believe we did not measure. We just took that into attention and we just waited until we saw no evaporation. At the time we knew actually we control it like this at the time. Yeah.
So I mean, is for the salt productivity control. So you need to know that is at the beginning how is the water content, and after drying how is the water content.
Okay.
If after drying still so much water inside, then if you heat it up,
no,
then
as I said, we were also taking samples, and these samples were actually being sent to DLR. So most likely, yes,
we are developing this water content analysis.
Exactly. So most likely at the time we also did it, and this was one. I guess I would say that could be one of the parameters that was checked at the beginning.
I'm not sure if the fact that this work is about the ways to show people of hydrogen in the mixture or not. I'm not sure that is the question, but the procedure here for melting salts before includes evaporation.
Exactly.
It's actually a very lengthy process.
This is what is seen.
So each the salts step by step. They go to a stage which is by foam. So actually, foam starts to create, and this is where water starts to evaporate. And then only when this foam process is completed, then it releases the fiber because it's possible to show that there is no water inside the salts or inside. So as far as we understand, the full water content is evaporated before production.
Yeah.
So whether there are some inclusions, some chemical combination in the salts and water, something called
So we are to provide success. So the last water, so the hydrated water with the magnesium chloride, it's very strong. If you heat it to high temperature,
but the water we have in the salts, visible as the water.
Yeah.
Just absorb from the atmosphere.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, it's the salt in the water in the salt. It could have the hydrolysis reaction. So like the calcium nitrate with the water can be the calcium hydroxide and plus the HAO3, the gas.
Yeah.
And then the calcium hydroxide will be proceed. And also dissolving the salt, and make the corrosion. So the same as the chloride, also same the magnesium chloride and the water and the magnesium hydroxide chloride that we also make it corrosive. So we are developing this method to analyze how much water inside and how much hydroxide iron inside. So this is we can give the support to this one to make it optimize this sort of the treatment procedure, make it optimal. Like how long you need to do the salt drying, and after that you can know the salt is corrosive or not, and how much water, how much hydroxide is inside. Yes. So this is the key for the salt is not corrosive. If it's corrosive, like I said, in China they already make so much money, right? Just dry all the problem and then 1 gigawatt hour the setup, the whole setup, but then to 20 million euro done. Only 7 weeks.
We have not operating system for wall, but we have not observed maybe erosion problems so far.
Yeah.
Yeah. But of course, it's system which have been operating for some months.
Exactly.
Years.
But as you were saying, like in the space of weeks, this project China had extensive corrosion problem with the fact that it's absent. I mean, we have operated for more than weeks. But we have not experienced problems. But of course, these samples are with UÉvora.
And also the Yala also gave us one contractor and then to do the salt analysis method development. And these companies, they already have much experience in this salt drying, but I think that we can improve to make it very, very perfect.
Do you see any anodes capture methods for us to make things where as artificial elements in the source of this problem? Do you see any such strategy as valuable?
So your question is if we can know some elements in the salt?
We have modes, right?
We have different analysis devices. So we have IC. IC, we can know the concentration of the chromator, for example, after the corrosion.
I'm talking about prevention. So what are the results, but how to prevent it? Do you think a method such as a sacrificial anode or package could be used, like we have in naval construction programs?
You hope to reduce the acidity of the salt, or
which should be sacrificed, which should be sacrificed, being the tank first cycle, thus facilitating the rest of the system.
Sorry, I understand your question not very well.
Imagine an ecosystem when there is a peak of current, there is a.
Então no site do SALTOpower, né? As a
Then breaks and shuts down the electrical current for safety reasons. See, I think this is what we're talking about. Yeah, which state is working? No.
As anteriores já lá estão.
What they are in cima
As anteriores já lá estão.
installation that there is this fuse that if you have electrical current, it breaks down and shuts down everything for safety reasons. I'm talking about sacrificial elements. You know, I'm sure. Yes, certainly. For naval construction, for instance, use, I believe, zinc as a sacrificial element. So that the zinc is what is going to be corroded first. All the knowledge of potential such strategy is viable for us to protect tanks.
We can use some existing corrosion control method, but for us now we are strategy for the nitrate the corrosion control is the first is do the proper salt treatment to remove as much as possible the impurity, the protein impurity. This is first. Second is during the operation at high temperature, maybe some moisture inside or some that. So we are developing is the monitoring technology in situ using the electricity, and then it can get some signal wait till you yes the moisture go inside and the salt is explosive. This is one.
This was exactly the reason of my question. Because of course this is not atmospheric.
Yeah.
And a lot of time water will be
going inside.
Even if your salt is treated, a lot of time the absorbing water.
So in my presentation, I will give this
So the way I see, I mean, the proper way of handling that would be to control the atmosphere. Another way possible would be a sacrificial element, and that's my question. Do you know of some strategies? Do you see that it's viable?
For the chloride we put the magnesium inside. and the magnesium can react with the corrosive impurity and to avoid the chromium or in the alloy, the chromium there. But for the nitrate, it's difficult because the nitrate itself is oxidative. It can react with some magnesium like this. Like you said, also zinc like this. It's not the right way. And it depends on the salt. So for the nitrate, so we want to use other method to control the gas atmosphere and also try to purify the salt inside. Okay. This is our strategy. So different salt, different methods.
I am going to tell you here. The process, so the chemistry is
Yeah. So the thing very nice. So we talk about this. I think it's interesting.
So hello everybody, this presentation is mainly related to mechanical and corrosion risks on CSP plants. And we would like to give you an overview of the issues that can occur around the world related to molten salt, hot thermal energy storage tanks, and also the materials that are the components, the principal components of the plants. So we highlighted the several failures types, and we reported also this graph that is the priority score versus the number of issues occurrences of some failures, such as corrosion issues, cracks across weldments, breaking related to a combination of creeps, low cycle fatigue, friction forces between the tank floor and the foundation, and also high stress generation in the tank floor and in the foundation. So this presentation will give you some highlights regarding the mechanical problems, and we will focus more in detail on some experimental tests that we carried out inside some national programs. I will explain to you some results about the static corrosion test, while my colleague Elisabetta will show you some dynamic corrosion tests, and then we will conclude with some, maybe also some perspective. So just to summarize, the main factors that can influence the failures can be grouped into mechanical phenomenon, chemical phenomenon that is corrosion, and also some issues regarding some problems in design and fabrication, such as the choice of material according to its properties, some residual stresses, and some welding procedures that are very, very important in this kind of topic, and also the decision about the operation, such as thermal cycling, the temperature of transient operations, and so on. So speaking of the mechanical failure, the principal mechanical failure mechanisms that can occur in, for example, in the tank of thermal energy storage, we can speak about low cycle fatigue. That is when you have some rapid transient condition that lower the temperature of the salt that is entering in the tank, and these events can increase the temperature gradients and the thermal stresses. Moreover, the tank can expand and contract in each thermal cycles, and both these issues can increment low cycle fatigue. Then we can have stress relaxation cracking, that is a mechanism associated with the relief of high residual stress during high temperature operation. And these mechanisms lead to crack the material. Then we have some creeps. In fact, in the design of current tank and in the decision of operation condition can result in a very long-term exposure of high stresses, and this can cause slow and continuous deformation. So together with other creep, together with the low cycle fatigue, is the typical dominant failure in a CSP plant. And lastly, we have the backrings. The backrings is the development of high compression stress in the tank floor during the operation. And this can lead to a permanent deformation of the tank floor that can form narrow ridges or buckles. And the key factors that can lead to this issue are some gradients in the tank floor, the slope on the floor that can be not uniform, and also the non-uniform distribution of the friction coefficient between the floor and the foundation. So now we would like to go more in detail in the corrosion topic, also because we think it's very interesting also for us. So what is corrosion? Corrosion is the deterioration of materials by chemical interaction with the environment. With the term corrosion, we usually apply this term on the metals, but of course there is also the degradation of other materials such as plastic, concrete, or wood. And as you know, the consequences of these issues are many and are various. But sometimes that they can be very serious, that a simple loss of a mass of material. In fact, the reduction of metal thickness can lead to serious problem in the construction of the CSP plant. So we focused on the main mechanism of type of corrosion that can occur when we use molten nitrate mixtures. As the colleagues were saying, each mixture has its behavior, and we focused on the nitrate salts because it's the most studied one. And you know that nitrate can be described as ionic liquids, and they produce oxidation of the metal elements of the alloy and can lead to the formation of oxides and other salts such as chromides, molybdates, and so on. So the corrosion behavior depends on the formation of a very stable and protective oxide layer that is a safe layer that can protect the material. So studying the corrosion is to study this oxide layer and to be sure that this oxide will not be removed by the corrosion mechanism. So just a very brief highlight of the mechanism. The first one is the pitting, which is called pitting corrosion. That is the phenomenon where there is an extremely localized attack that results in some holes in the materials. And the holes that are called pits are of various sizes and may be isolated or grouped together. And of course, if there is some pitting, there will be the remotion of the oxide layer. Then we can have selective leaching. The selective leaching is a corrosion process when one element is removed from the alloy. Okay, so this phenomenon occurs principally in brasses with a high zinc content, and also in other alloys in which aluminium, iron, cobalt, or chromium are removed. Moreover, there is also another mechanism that is erosion, that is a combination of chemical and mechanical reaction in which some elements or more than one element could be removed. So the cavitation erosion is a class of erosion corrosion that is associated of a periodic growth and collapse of bubbles of vapor that can can leave some holes and so some damages. Then we can have the cracking, so stress corrosion cracking. This name is given to the process where cracks appears in the metal that are subject simultaneously to a tensile stress and a specific corrosive media. So in this case, this attack is there could be some fine cracks by progress, and that they could expand, leading some holes, some little ways, and the salt can circulate in the material. Lastly, we have the intergranular attack. This kind of corrosion happens in the grain boundaries, and it happens, for example, in weldings, because it could happen that some alloys could be put together using another type of alloy. So the boundaries have different chemistry, and can happen some corrosion at the boundaries of these two materials. And we can recognize it because there is a corrosion near the surface and only at the boundaries of the two materials. So we would like to give you some results of research that was carried out inside a framework of 3 years plan. It was a national program, and the aim of this project was to study and to understand the compatibility between innovative thermal fluids with actual components of the CSP plants. So we decided to study the kinetics of corrosion using different stainless steel samples and putting them in different thermal fluids, both in static and dynamic condition. And so the evaluation, this mechanism, helped us to understand which kind of material can be used at what temperature or not. So here we reported 4 kind of specimens that we choose and we test. So the first one, it's called 316L. It's an austenitic steel. The other one, it's 430SS, that is a ferritic stainless steel. And then these two are very, very costly, and of course are very, we already know that they are used in CSP material, as CSP material, but they are very, very expensive. So we try to test also 2 other kind of alloys that are less costly, and we decided to compare the behavior just to understand if they can be used or not. So we decided to test the T91, that is a steel with an intermediate chromium content, and a carbon steel that is cheaper than the other 3. So this is the setup, the lab scale setup that we have in Enea Lab. In this table, we reported the mixture that we tested, the temperature at which the static test happened, and the duration in hour. These are here on the left. There is the picture of the 4 alloys before inserting, of course, in the salt. We put more or less 2 kilograms inside a stainless steel vessel. And we heated up and we kept the specimens for all the duration of the test. And to follow the formation of the oxide, the kinetics of the formation of the oxide layer, we decided to extract 1 specimen every 500 hours, just to follow the behavior. And once you extract one sample, you have to apply a chemical treatment that is called the scaling. Here I reported all the techniques, but it's you can read it later. The important thing is that the scaling is we have some guidelines of this technique, and there are different according, of course, to the different kind of alloys. And the aim is to remove all the oxide layer. So we have the weight before and the weight after the total removal of the oxide, so we can detect how was the length of the oxide layer over the time. Then, at the end of the test, we performed some SEM analysis on the surface. So we cleaned one face of the specimens just to detect, as you can see here on the top, the oxide layer. This one is the oxide layer. Here is in this case, for ITEC XL at 420 Celsius degrees. All the specimens that we tested showed great resistance to corrosion. So there were not problems because before and after, the oxide layer is it's compact, it's not damaged from corrosion. But as you can see, we tested the same specimens in solar salt at high temperature. Here are some samples after the test. And here you can start seeing some crackings here, some boundary problems. And so that's why we decided to scale the setup up and to try the same specimens in dynamic environment, just to understand. Moreover, for each test, we performed also molten salt characterization according to the melting temperature, just to see, as you know, solar salt has his characteristic melting and solidification onset temperature, but when the salt is degraded, the melting temperature changed. So we observed in differential scanning calorimeter these temperatures. But and it's slightly different to the reference one. And moreover, we perform also MPAS analysis to find some metals presence, and we detected the presence after the presence of chromium, but also in this percentage it can be negligible. So we started collecting the data from the scaling. So here in this graph is reported the oxide layer formation trend over the time for the four kind of specimens. And this is just to understand the methodology of this technique, because of course we need more data to have a very kinetic law that can describe what will happen at the end of the test. So to conclude, the first part, there was this static compatibility test. We can assume that the two types of stainless steel showed a very great resistance to corrosion because the oxide layer was very homogeneous and well in contact with the surface. The T91 showed two different behaviors. It was good in the ternary mixture, but not in the solar salt because the temperature was higher. And for the carbon steel, it can be used in ITEC XL, but in the solar salt, it started showing some very strong descaling that is in accordance with the little creeps that we start seeing with the microscope. So we decided to perform some dynamic tests.
And so I would like to show you this experimental setup that was built during the first year of the SPERA 3 project in 2019. We used this setup also with on the national program to perform some experimental dynamic conversion tests. This setup is constituted by a cylinder, a sample holder, and also there is a sphere. This way, using the sphere or impeller, this setup obviously is possible to establish a velocity field inside this cylinder. And this way you can perform dynamic corrosion tests. This setup is able to perform a velocity field up to 1 meter per second. The stainless steel that we tested are the austenitic one, the ferritic, and also the low chromium content, and the carbon steel. The molten salts are the same. The ITEC XL is the ternary mixture, and the solar salt. The temperature condition were 420 for the ternary and 550 degrees for the binary, and the immersion time was 1,200 hours. These are some analyses that results from the immersion of the ITEC with the ITEC itself. As you see, the austenitic and the ferritic presents a homogeneous layer, oxide layer, a formation of a good homogeneous layer. Also, the low alloy content, the T91, is good. But for the carbon steel, we detected this crack, in which the oxide spread inside, but it didn't cause any oxide layer detach on the surface of the specimen. But probably this crack on a long time scale and immersion probably will result in a failure, probably. But we don't know exactly. But we, by the same analysis, we detected this. These are the some analysis resulting from the test with solar salt. Okay, the austenitic show that always a uniform oxide layer. Also the ferritic, the low chromium steel starts to present a not so homogeneous oxide layer on the entire surface of the specimen. And the carbon steel, looking to the carbon steel, we detected some deposition, some intrusion at the boundaries of the grain. I mean that probably it's not an intergranular corrosion, okay, but probably during operation and during with a higher time of testing, probably it will be a problem. Always looking to the molten salt, but only for the solar salt, the binary one. We performed again the elemental analysis to confirm that the only metal that was dissolved inside the salt is only chromium. There are other metals are negligible, and also we realized using differential scanning calorimeter that probably the presence of nitrite, looking to the melting temperature, the presence of nitrite reduced the melting temperature with respect to the reference of the solar salt that has not been subjected to heat treatment. This is a characteristic of the presence of nitrate to lower the melting temperature. This is also not only for the static, but also for the dynamic was performed the scaling process. We were at the beginning. We were studying the methodology, so these results are not quantitative in terms of weight loss. So we didn't use for any kind of evaluation in terms of weight loss or corrosion rate, but just to see and to understand by the same analysis that the oxidation layer, the formation of the oxide layer on the surface of the specimen proceed at the beginning on short time scale of 500 hours. It proceed really quick. is increase. The increasing of the formation is higher at the very beginning of the oxidation process. During the time, at a long time scale, the oxidation layer goes low and probably tends to be constant. Okay, we understand this using these results by the same analysis. The same for the solar salt. Okay, these are the conclusions. And so the austenitic and the ferritic confirm the resistance to corrosion with molten nitrate salt. The tin 91 show a good resistance in a ternary mixture for this immersion time. But for the look into the test in solar salt, due to the higher temperatures, it doesn't present a compact layer on the surface. It's not homogeneous, so it's probably that formation of cavities can occur. Regarding the carbon steel in contact with ternary mixture, even is not so clear that is an intergranular corrosion. Probably this crack, the presence of this crack over time probably will get to a failure. These are another kind of test that we started less than 1 year ago. So the experimentation is always still ongoing. We use for this dynamic compatibility test another setup that is not anymore a setup, but it is a circuit loop. It's called MOSE. We decide to test this kind of alloys, a carbon steel, the series austenitic H and the 304. We decide to test the 3400 and 347H in contact with ternary mixture. But we decide to use to test this kind of steel because of the presence of niobium. I mean that using this austenitic stainless steel is possible to avoid intergranular corrosion because the presence of niobium protect the depletion of chromium, because the niobium precipitate instead of chromium. And this is the reason why it's extremely good to avoid intergranular corrosion. The carbon steel, because probably is the cheaper and is good for application in terms of medium temperature. And the 304, that is one of the austenitic that is commonly used in concentrating solar technology. The mixture that we are using are mixtures quaternary and ternary that Enea is studying. So our new mixture. And the temperature conditions are medium-low for the carbon steel and higher for the austenitic one. The immersion time is always 1,000 hours. We decide to test for each alloy present the simple and the welded one. The welded, because as Anna Chiara were saying, the welding is a process in which all the stress residual are concentrated on this surface or point, we can say, and it's important to see that to check if some corrosion in terms of crack and in the proximity on the surface of the welding can occur. Our tests are already ongoing. These are the picture of on the left, on the right. This is the picture of the circuit loop. These are the experimental tube in which we put also all the specimen, the seal specimen. One important thing that in this kind of test we use alumina to isolate all the metals of the circuit with respect to the specimen and vice versa, and so avoiding galvanic corrosion mainly. All the results and the scaling are ongoing. We have only some XRD that confirms for the carbon steel, because we tested only the carbon steel. Now we are going to test also the other stainless steel. And as a result from the XRD, after 1,000 hours of immersion, there is only the presence of metallic iron, magnetite, and hematite. Sorry. Okay, these are the conclusion with possible recommendation in issues of thermal energy storage, in which are important to analyze the reasons of the failure mechanism, improving the welding procedure, conducting well-designed post-weld heat treatment, implementing safe operation protocols, and also developing a specific technical standard together with the HASME standards. It would be useful also to improve the operation condition of this kind of technologies. Thank you. Any questions?
Is there already any idea or not to which such safe operation protocol? What would that mean? That we should be monitoring thermal gradients inside, and especially I believe in the water. So
yes.
Most of the problems might occur. Is there any idea around such a?
Marco, would you like to answer this question?
Usually this is regarding the real plant development that have many controls on the for the research facility. We have more sensor to monitoring each part. If also during the loop for monitoring if the plug form in the loop or in the case of the thermal energy storage, several thermocouples are positioned at different level in order to monitoring the temperature, but this is, I think, it's not true for real plant that the sensors are minimized to ones, and so another fact to consider is that for the real time is product at maximum level, so we can put inside the hot tank as the HTF as ready to produce without control thermal gradient, and so in this way we have high frequency cycling from cold to hot temperature. This is a mechanism, different mechanism that can fail the tank, because when we can start and call the temperature. And so, as we can, DNI is good to produce, we can put in the hot tank a very hot HTF, and this creates a very high gradient temperature. So we can keep in mind this. So
the question was, even though those constraints, are we able to draft at least an already, let's say, operation protocol for commercial plants? Not.
So there are some guidelines, but there are no specific also for the standard. There are ASME code and American Petroleum that you have some guidelines, but not with specific temperature of test of the solar plant.
It's one of the aim of these research, no? To find a weak point and then to try to mitigate the risk. Yeah.
That's also vital for the construction.
Yeah.
It's based on those standards, efficient petroleum-based.
Yes, absolutely. Yes. Because
the welding, who is there to check the welding?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. Just because when you are designing a tank, you take into account and you do your design also following the ASME standards, okay? Just looking also for the pressure, the thickness, but corrosion is necessary to give you the corrosion allowance, the over thickness that you have to consider, and you have to put inside on the choice of your construction material that you want to use to realize your component is important. Some situation of failures happens looking to the experience of the Solar 2 from US, and also they show some failure in terms of crack for hot piping, if I well remember, for the series, the 304 and the 316, just for the presence in their plant of water chloride, changing in temperatures. In terms of the temperatures is higher than the temperature design in which I design and I realize the component. So also just few hours over the temperature in which you have you realize your component is different from your temperature design, and this probably will conduct you to a failure, to your component to have a failure. This is important to consider the right over thickness. So if I also remember in this situation for this series of steel, what they suggested was that in over 30 years of operation of their plants, the corrosion over thickness was considered less than 1 millimeter. Just this.
This year, I guess you are very good or when a big leakage in storage tanks.
Yes.
Do you know what was the problem with the problem, or it's more related to the way they designed?
You are speaking about the Solar 2. Okay.
A big issue this year.
In the tank or the pipe? Probably, I think that was the buckling, the phenomena that probably create damage on the tank in Morocco. Yes, I probably the problem was buckling.
I think it was the floor, no?
Because I speak some kind of confidential, they did not.
Yes.
I was just interested to understand if it was a matter of corrosion, if it's not so old, so.
I think the problem, I think, but really, I don't know exactly. Probably it would be mechanical, just for the.
Yeah,
Maybe
it's like that.
design, or as they are such big tanks, it might be also in the well of the tank.
Yes, probably. Even because welding could change the tensile strength, the yield strength of the stainless steel itself. So everything changes.
But so I have also one opinion. So the molten salt corrosion has also very important influence on this tank leakage. Why? So you will find that in the world, the most safety, its power is larger than the tank leakage happens earlier. So we have to do some internal statistic research on this. So when the safety is very large, then more than 100 megawatt, you will say really serious problem of tank leakage. So after 7 years, like the one USA CFP, total one, and then now no R3, and also still dominant, also send. It stops. Why? So from the molten salt corrosion, you think about this. When the CFP is larger, then the middle field is larger. And then so more than the tensile in the middle you need to control, then it's difficult for your control. Then in the receiver, the hotspot problem, the possibility will be high because it's larger. And then the molten salt inside, in the receiver, it's more easy to overheat. Sometimes to 700 degrees. Yeah. Then the salt degradation, decomposition, and make the salt is very close. And if you pump it back to the tank, and when the tanks are larger, that the weighting standard should be high, and the gas is high, and these two factors together to affect this the salt leakage. That is my opinion. It's a multiple factors.
The degradation of the salt, the humidity, the chloride content. Yes.
So I will say
a combination of factors.
But the question essentially not as much, maybe not so much travel.
Yes, per job, so it's not such a problem. Yeah. And also you say yes, now the color, the tank leakage happens, but the path is huge. It's not large problem. This is so crucial.
Because the trough is just more rolls.
More rolls and the temperature.
But the tunnel is more areas to the same receivers. So
temperature is more control. Control temperature to degradation.
Yeah, and you see here, so you do the analysis for dynamic static corrosion test. It's 550 degrees C, and you see already corrosion. And 700 degrees C, I will say the corrosion rate is 100% higher.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the kinetic is absolutely higher. Yeah. Yes, like this, it's for sure.
And also the size.
Yeah, of course.
I've been gone.
That sorry, not with action. Also starting with also construction. So we were also discussing on the inspection of the road pipe that we should follow some diameter iteration and so on. So I understood that there are some rules in terms of the volume of the tanks and the ratio between the diameter.
is there any rule relating not only mechanical resistance but also corrosion effects? Because I'm sure that effects such as be as more critical as the diameter increases.
Of course, yes. And the deformation of the tank. Sequently.
So is there any
There's a combination of issues, yeah.
But is there any rule of thumb
for the inner wall of the tank?
For the design, let's say, for the ratio diameter. Magical table.
Yeah.
So for this, for this scale, I remember that you make some calculations for scaling the right, that you were using the ratio based on this maximum ratio. So my question is that is there such a ratio including already the reduction of risks with
We don't know if there is a.
You were speaking about the pre-passivation of the material.
No.
I was stressing the buckling exactly.
Buckling, okay.
As far as I understand,
If there is a rule between the
diameter higher.
We don't know if there is a magic rule. We still don't know. We are not in the design operation, so
really, I don't know how they fixed this kind of problem. If they use something to give a more resistance of the structure and on the wall, external wall, really, I don't know. Just because probably this kind of failure happened not only because the tank is full of liquid, but also because it's full of solid and liquids. So probably, really, I don't know which kind of.
I guess.
Yeah. Yeah.
This really was seen as one of the most critical risks in large size tanks, but also from the experience of the system. I remember to have seen a couple of that and so there will be a relation between tank diameter and buckling risks. Another particular is the friction coefficient.
That was a thing.
So is there any idea on which kind of material can we use the foundation to reduce the friction coefficient?
No, maybe
the concrete or
because we are
some reinforced concrete.
Probably this relationship is more of the mechanical and thermal stability, and the rest is. You turn on, you see what happens.
We should decide it, yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
So now it's Catherine presenting.
Yes, I'm here. Just start my video and share the screen.
Hi, merci.
Okay, yeah, perfect. Should be able to see me. So. All right. So today we're going to talk about the HVMS2 plant that's located in Jülich in Germany. It's a DLR research facility that aims for 600 degrees for molten salt tower receivers. We will indeed talk about the molten salt receiver itself, the planned project itself, and some part of the operation, like the startup strategies, cameras, and other operation tools we have, the experience, and a bit of efficiency. So first off, the HVMS2 is a project of DLR with a big consortium, as you see on the bottom. The acronym itself stands for the High Performance Molten Salt Tower Receiver System 2. And as said, is located in Jülich, where you see it on the map on the right. It's quite an extensive system, quite like into detail when it's like technical aspects, so like almost on a power plant requirement level, as you will see later in the diagrams. It's aims for the operating temperature of 600 degrees to increase the steam cycle efficiency, what we also have heard in other presentations before. This is an important factor for also the economical success of such plants. Yeah, so let's see how it looks like. So on the right, we see the two towers that we have in Jülich. There's several research projects going on those towers. That's why they're called multifocus and solar tower. Where the arrow is, you see the HVMS2 receiver we're talking about. It here is illuminated by the heliostat field. So kind of can imagine how it looks like to be on site when we're testing as well. In the project itself, we don't only investigate the technical side of the system, but also like measurement technologies such as camera receiver temperature measurements, solar flux density measurements, and efficiency measurements. And on the also allocated to this receiver in the infrastructure are a couple of other projects for like testing of control algorithms for mass flow and outlet temperature and this kind of things. We could successfully operate and test the receiver in this year and the past, and you will see some of the like test days results and also the process itself later in the presentation. Let's have a look into the tower. We see the receiver on the bottom picture. It's a tubular prototype receiver. Yes. Were you saying something? I didn't hear you so well.
Sorry, Katrin, we are not hearing you.
Oh. Are you hearing me now?
Yes, but not very well.
That is strange. Yeah, let me check the settings if you don't mind. Oh, but now is the audio better like that?
Yes.
Oh, okay, I'm so sorry. I selected the wrong microphone apparently. Did you get what I was saying, at least like roughly, or should I give a quick overview of what's been said so far?
From the last slide.
Okay. I'll share again. So, you mean this one or the previous one?
This one.
Okay. Matters. Okay, so do you see this bar here, by the way?
Can start from this.
Okay, so I will just start over. Let me see where to catch up. So I think I started off showing you here in the bottom right, the receiver. You see that it's a 16 vertical tube receiver panel. It's kind of a prototype for the last receiver panel of a conventional receiver that would consist of several of those panels. As mentioned, it has a 36 millimeter outer diameter and a thermal rating of the entire receiver of about 1 megawatt thermal. The maximum pressure of the entire system is about 26 bar with up to 600 degrees, and the mass flow we can have is 14 kilogram per second. With this receiver and the periphery system, which you see here in the top right corner, we can investigate different operation scenarios, including preheating, partial load operations, and emergency shutdowns. To give you an overview, what we see, it's like a kind of a big plant with like in total 40 meters of height. We see here the salt tank, a cooler to dissipate the thermal energy from the salt to keep like a constant salt inventory temperature. Then we have inlet and outlet tank here, and the receiver would be seen here. And this is like pressurized air bundles for synthetic air, which kind of supply, well, gas to the system since we are having a closed system here, and some electrical work here. So that is kind of what we see later on also in the diagrams and the PNIDs. As mentioned, same view, different presentation. We see the salt tank here with the salt pump. So the process would go something like the pump pumps up the salt into the inlet tank, where like a certain level of salt is a kind of buffer stored, so to say. We have a receiver bypass here, where we can just circulate the salt, either in the cooler or not, back to the salt tank. Also, we could go for the receiver when we fill the receiver and all the process for that is done, which we will also talk about. Then we can, like in a serpentine flow, circulate salt through the receiver, heat it up, and pass via the outlet tank back to the salt tank. All those blue lines is the air lines that we just saw in the picture before, which is connected to here to supply gas to the system and not have like atmospheric air entering when the salt changes in density and volume. So also, why are we aiming for 600 degrees? As we said, it's about the steam cycle efficiency if we produce power with the like plant itself. However, there's also problems associated to it. We have heard a lot about that before already. For instance, elevated temperature can lead to salt degradation, the formation of nitrogen oxides and nitrates, which are toxic and corrosive. Therefore, in Jülich and the HPMS2 plant, we designed a closed loop system where the synthetic air is constantly applied to the plant. Therefore, we hope to retain an equilibrium in the entire plant, reducing the decomposition of salts. In the diagram here, we see the output of the data that we produce in the plant. We could also demonstrate already the 600 degrees. However, what this is the influence on the salt, the analysis are here still pending. So fortunately, I can't give any information on if our principle works or not yet. Okay, so you might wonder how to like operate such a system. So there's like a lot of tanks involved and like a lot of things going on. So now we are going to talk a bit about how it even works to be in the control room, to conduct experiments and to run the receiver. So first of all, it's important to know that in standby conditions, so for instance, on the weekends or by night, the receiver and the entire salt loop, so all the piping periphery, are not filled with salt. Therefore, once we want to operate in solar conditions, we first have to fill the system with salt. Important here is that the entire piping has to be heated up to 350 degrees. That we do via trace heatings. However, we don't have trace heating on the receiver tubes. So here we are like depending on a solar process for the preheating. So we have a like kind of limited capacity of heliostats that we can focus even on the empty receiver. Then afterwards, once the receiver reached its designated temperature, we can also start the pump and fill the salt loop with the molten salt, first tanks and the bypass, and later on the receiver tubes. This is kind of how it looks like. One of the views that we have from the control room when operating the plant. For preheating, we start off focusing some of the heliostats and monitor, as we see here, with IR cameras, the temperatures of the receiver. So this is like, yeah, up to almost 300 degrees. So like a later stage of preheating, but not quite there yet. So to get into the preheating process, obviously all the pipes have to be at a certain temperature, as we just saw. So that is the like necessary condition to even start. Then the receiver starts to be heated. And it's also important to watch a few like parameters like heating rates and difference on front and back wall temperatures for the receiver to not like damage the coating or induce too many stress on the receiver tubes and this kind of stuff that we are doing with either the IR camera or thermocouples that are welded to the back of the receiver tubes. Sorry. So in a total, this preheating takes about 30 minutes, given that we have to aim for the gradients and an equal heating of the entire receiver. Once we arrive here, we can then start the salt pump. So once the salt pump started, we cannot fill the entire loop with salt in a reversed manner. So first, we take the salt pump and pump the salt in the actual downcomer up into the outlet tank until we reach a certain level that we need for safe operation. Then we pump the salt through the bypass into the inlet tank. Important here is to keep in mind those receiver valves are closed at that time. So basically, we just fill up the inlet tank and then also the riser tubes to the salt tank, and then the like entire bypass loop is filled, and we switch the valves to revert the flow into the correct way, kind of. That is the one thing, to like just get the salt pumping in the system and have the periphery tubes filled with salt. After that, we open the receiver valves and kind of from the bottom to the top, let the salt level in the receiver slowly increase. Also on the top, the receiver valves are here open to like evacuate the air out of the receiver tubes. Once that happened, we switch to serpentine flow, and this is kind of the end result status. Those valves are closed. Those gray valves are also closed. And only here we enter with the salt in serpentine flow in the receiver to the outlet tank, and then the entire process is kind of set up, and we can like focus on like load conditions. This is, I think, a pretty cool picture. This is how it looks like when we fill the receiver. You can see right now the receiver valves at the bottom would be open, also at the top. And this kind of the salt front slowly rising while filling the receiver. So it's kind of cool. And I wanted to show you. Exactly. So yeah, so that's also something we are doing. We're monitoring a lot of things with those IR cameras, such as the operating conditions here, and also show the filling of the receiver. What we also do is we use those images and data generated by the cameras to test those evaluation method and temperature flux density measurement techniques that I talked about earlier. So this is, for instance, with the temperature map of the receiver, one part that we need later on for the efficiency calculation of the receiver, or at least like some of the procedures that we're doing there. This is also showing here one of the results for the temperature maps. It's a screenshot of the program my colleagues were writing. It's kind of taking the IR images, loading it into MATLAB, And then we have an automatic algorithm that here in the corners detects the receiver. Because like you have to imagine the camera is mounted on a big mast, so it's moving due to wind and these kind of things. So we actually have to determine where the receiver exactly is for every of the images. This is then like the angle, so to say. Sorry, I missed the right word. So that we end up with this like image of the receiver. You see the small crosses here, here, and there, and also at the bottom. This is kind of the algorithm searching for the individual receiver tubes and comparing the front and the back wall temperature, because that's the locations of the thermocouples that are welded to the back of the receivers. Some of you may be familiar with IR camera measurements. You need the emittance value, which is sometimes difficult to find, in particular since the camera is mounted away from, like in the solar field itself, so a couple, sometimes 100 meters away from the receiver, which makes this process even more difficult. So we kind of calibrate it by defocusing, the heliostats, and have the salt flowing in the receiver, and then we kind of know the ground truth of the salt temperature from all the thermocouple readings, and can adjust the IR measurements accordingly to the conditions of the day. This is kind of how it looks like then. To finish taking you with me in the control room, this is a part of the receiver and how the control loop looks like. So we have like a lot of data, as you can see here on the very top. There's many tabs for different parts of the receiver and the whole periphery to control and to check and to keep in mind. We are quite some people also in the control room. You see a lot of monitors. Here's all the IR measurements and the heliostat control. We see the cooler controls here, the optical cameras for the receiver and for clouds, and different other things. So there's a lot going on also due to the two tanks that we have, apart from the main salt tank with the inlet and outlet tank, which are part of the safety mechanisms which protect the plant from damages. For instance, if the salt pump fails, we have enough buffer in the inlet tank of molten salt and then high enough pressure to keep mass flow going for like 30 seconds in the receiver, to protect it until really all heliostats have defocused in case of emergency. With operation comes experience, so to say. We also had like some unlucky situations where we had some leakages, which we already heard. There's plenty of reasons why this can happen. In our case, it was the combination of errors in valves and trace heating, which led to local overheating of the valve seals. So that's why we had, with every like switching of the valve, some salt getting out of the plant, leading to those like layers of salt with switching the valves forming. But however, we could repair the damage and keep testing. Which is still pending is the efficiency calculation. This is the usual equation to do so. It's important to like determine the losses, the thermal losses, which we do in different methods. For instance, for a so-called semi-analytical method, it's basically determining the convective and radiative losses pixel-wise with the temperature map that we obtain from the infrared measurements. That's then how you could calculate it, and therefore determine the losses via those pixel-wise temperature maps. Then also we have the continuous power on method. This is a bit more complicated. It's based on the power on method. So I would call it simple power on method for making it more clear here. It's a method proposed from the SOLAR2 project, where basically the entire heliostat field, as we see here in black and white dots, I hope is big enough for you, is divided into groups. And either you can have half the power of the heliostat field or the full power around solar noon, putting them into like a fraction to each other, and therefore calculating the heat losses that you would have for the receiver. All this assumes that the losses are independent of the incident power, which is like, yeah, you have more radiator losses, but this is neglected in this method. Then we have in the HPMS2 project the continuous power on method, where we don't rely on dividing the heliostat field in those two groups and the special conditions of solar noon. Instead, we have 8 measurements of constant in and outlet temperature with different flux densities, and those are measured with the flux gauges and the radiometers that we have next to the receiver. Those you see here on the picture, those 4, and here the 4 points are the radiometers that are used to measure the flux. They're put in pairs with high and low power pairs, replacing the heliostat groups, and are then put into this equation. As mentioned, this is still ongoing, so I can't yet talk about the efficiencies of the receiver we have, but hopefully we can do so soon. So yeah, that's about it. To summarize what we've heard, we were successful with the operation of the salt loop and receiver. We also reached the 600 degrees. We collected a lot of data for different evaluations, in particular also for the efficiency calculations. And we also could test different control strategies in associated projects. And some of those evaluations are unfortunately still pending. Thank you. We have questions.
Can you hear me?
Not the best. Maybe someone close to the microphone can.
So I think now you can hear me, Maren?
Yeah, perfect.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you very much for the presentation. Fantastic work from your side.
Yep.
I just wonder, we are talking about not so much difference in terms of temperature from the conventional CSP point of view. We are talking about going from 550, 565 to 600. So in terms of thermodynamical efficiency, yes, there is an increase, but I guess it's not a gigantic leap. And I do see additional strategies and additional aspects that need to be included now in the operation, namely this trick that you call the trick of keeping the oxygen and the NOxes inside to keep the balance of the molten salt. So I wonder if you have already estimated what is the impact of the costs in terms of also in terms of operation, because I guess there will be a trade-off between these two. There is a gain of efficiency, I guess a higher complexity in terms of operation of the plant. Was this already assessed, or for the time being has been more on the, let's say, let's achieve the 600 and that's it?
Mostly we were focusing so far on making it possible and reaching those 600 degrees. However, it's a very good comment. One of my colleagues is still working on exactly those topics of costs and how is it called? Maybe someone in German can help. Ertrag. Many lost
11,000 people. So.
Yeah, like kind of earnings of the entire plant. I will talk to him if we can still include it in the evaluations. That's a very good comment.
Yeah. Okay.
Thanks.
I also have a question. Hi, Johannes from ProTarget. I was also at the last fast track school, and there was the presentation from Frerk who is doing the 620-degree salt loop at the DLR facilities in Cologne, and he said that they were using an oxygen-rich or pure oxygen atmosphere for the higher temperatures. Why have you decided in this project to go for just technical air, like normal air composition?
From what I know, but I'm not so very much in the details from when the plant was designed, which was, I think, 2016 starting. That was the decision that was made there. I can look into that if you want.
Yeah, that would be quite interesting, actually.
Okay. So first of all, I would like to forward my boss, Dr. Thomas Bauer. So his greeting to all the colleges, because he cannot join this meeting. So he has 3 months in Japan, and to take his family there. His wife is Japanese, and so he's 3 months there. And today is my presentation is on this development and potential market, the launch of the new molten salt technologies. So mainly focus on the corrosion control and the safety operation of the molten salt system.
We will be waiting for your experimental test bench results. Yeah, but I guess the storage part will then again the critical how to address how can we address what's going on actually. Is a bigger system and to test your questions.
I will see many problems will come. The new problem will come. Yeah, the leakage or something. Yeah, yeah. So, but it's good. So we can know the problem when it's upscaling. Yeah. So when you make it even larger, then more problem will come. But from 100 kilogram to 100 tons. So less the problems then. So now we go to the 100 tons. And the next time, so I hope that we finish the tester and can show some result from the molten salt pump to the loop result.
Other question, because there is this other part that's happening in the US, the ASPR, something like this, that they also look into this verification and monitoring. Is it together with this, or is it different?
No, it's different.
Okay.
So I know so it has problem now. So because they cannot control the corrosion so successfully, and it runs for several months, and then they also has problem. And you cannot see any new data from them. So yeah. So I will say it's very challenging to control the molten chloride corrosion. So also we are also very careful. We hope that in the static achievement can bring this to dynamic from the small to large one. But we know what is the problem. Yeah, we know what is the challenge. So I will try my best to let my team to achieve the 100 kilograms of pumped loop and running very safely, and also show a good result of this ACM. The result and let everyone can believe in, so we can control the corrosion rate below the 15 micrometer per year. Okay.
O zoom mais forte no lado, ver se faça comigo. Yeah. So good afternoon, everybody. My name is Nita Sweetharan, and I'm a PhD candidate at the DLR in Cologne. Today, I discuss the role of electric heaters in the molten salt for thermal storage. And as a demand, we know for high temperature and also for larger models grows, our research aims to improve the efficiency and also the cost effectiveness of these systems. After 5,000 thermal cycles, we developed a heat transfer test bench. And in this presentation, I will share our methods, how we measure the temperature and calculating the heat transfer coefficients. Yeah, so let's dive into the challenges and solutions of this molten salt technology. Having outlined the background and the objectives, let's now focus on the key factors that are driving this project forward. As we all know, molten salt is a very efficient medium. However, it presents challenges such as high operating temperatures, corrosion risk, and low thermal conductivity, which leads to high temperature gradients. Our project focuses on evaluating of electric heaters that operate up to 560 degrees. The primary focus of our research is to analyze the heat transfer behavior and the corrosion effects under numerous thermal cycles. Based on our findings, we expect increased power density, enhanced performance, cost reduction, and extended lifespan of heating system. So how are we conducting this experiment? According to the literature, we know that the Gnielinski correlation, which is often used to measure the heat transfer of electric heaters, can errors up to 20%. The correlation provides averages heat transfer coefficient, but these averages can also be misleading, especially at higher temperatures where the coefficient can drop significantly. So how we deal with these challenges? We are investigating a mixed flow configuration combined with cross flow and longitudinal flow. And with a tight gap between the walls, it's important because we don't want to disturb the flow. So we want to have a realistic flow conditions. As you can see here, schematic electric heater with the elements. And based on the master thesis of Caspar Bührer, we know by analyzing the flow pattern that the most power transfer occurs in the central area where the cross flow happens. So in our case, we take a single heating element here and put this in the zone, put multiple thermocouples, and we can then measure the temperature. So this experiment will help us to better understand the heat transfer coefficient. Yes, how we measure the temperature and how we calculate also the how we analyze our experiments is, you can see here the heating element itself surrounded by the magnesium oxide. We have a steel casing of the cartridge, and on the surface we have 16 thermocouples. It's important that the salt flow is undisturbed. If we would measure directly on the wall, we would interfere with the flow. So that's why we have
sleeve around our heating element. We put drilled holes, and then we put our thermocouples in it. So from the thermal conductivity of the material, we can then calculate our outer temperature, then derive the Nusselt number, and from that we can determine the heat transfer coefficients. Finally, we have also a CFD simulation where we can also have then the Nusselt number, the temperature profiles, and compare to our experiment. And yes, that's how the whole background of our experiment works. And this approach could help us to identify at the end the hotspots and at the end to reduce the 20% uncertainty in the system. So how our test bench looks like. Here you can see the inlet from the storage. We have 3 different measuring cells where we can also control the heater. We have a static mixer to ensure uniform temperature. Several sensors helps us to measure the mass flow rates. We have here in front and behind the mass cell our thermocouples, and we'll be testing the salt temperature between 300 and 560 degrees. We can set our mass flow from 2 to 8 kilograms per second and set the electric power from 1.2 to 2 kilowatt. We conduct measurements under this specified conditions to evaluate the system's performance. Our goal is at the end to maximize the heat transfer and while avoiding the overheating. In this picture, you can see the setup. It's in the thesis at the Thermodynamics Institute. You can see here the mass cells. Somehow you can here see the thermocouples. They were put inside, and also the heating controller. Yes, as we wrap up, let me show an example of our recent measurement. On this plot, you can see the 16 thermocouples, and every color represents a different position on the sleeve. The dashed lines indicate the sleeve position in front of the heating element, and the solid lines behind the heating element. And in this experiment, we have a mass flow rate from 4 kilograms per second and electric power from 1.2 kilowatt. As you can see, the heater is set to a specific temperature and reaches a steady homogeneous state, but we have also fluctuations in the temperature readings, both in front and also behind the element. This fluctuation could be caused by noise in some temperature measurements or something else. We are analyzing it now. Our findings and results will be published around spring 2025. And yeah, that concludes my presentation. I hope you got a good overview of the work, and I share with you the results in the future. And thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to answer your questions. I know it's the last presentation. So no question.
I believe you will still be producing more results than
yeah.
should be here today. Are you planning to use these testing circuits to test other kinds of heating elements?
No, we already had to build up everything because it's not our facility. The whole is from the thermodynamics, and we had the time to do the experiments, to do again some experiments, and now the time is over. Yeah, but that's not my PhD topic. It's like a separate project. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I guess this concludes our fast track school third edition and last edition for the project. I hope you you can enjoy all the discussions, all the materials that we could make available. We will be making all the materials from this latest edition available within the next couple of weeks. So check our channels and you will find all of these there. And well, thank you so much for your participation. I hope you found it fruitful, and well, all the best with your future research and projects. Thank you so much.